Hey, what's up, everyone? Hello, and welcome to a brand new episode of Heliopsychosis podcast. This is your host, Vikatra, you guys. Tuning in from where? From where this time, right? Maybe you see behind me some penguins, you see behind me some eyes. Maybe I am tuning in from the other side, right? What a provocative, what a provocative title today, right? Sounds like a joke, right? Yeah, maybe, right? But the problem is, right? The final experiment doesn't stop giving out us more data and more stuff to destroy it, right? A 24-hour sun going around on a globe or on a flat earth where these people are might be totally wrong, right? 24-hour daylight might be another thing, but 24-hour sunlight and rotating 360 at a point, really? Really? So stay tuned because that part we will be having in the second half of it because we have still few things to share before we get to the that part what about that revealing of what might be the real Antarctic sun, right? And yep, TFE is doomed, right? There's too much of evidence TFE is actually doomed. So get your popcorn, get whatever coffee, wine, spliff, whatever you feel comfortable and you enjoy. Because yes, today we're gonna have a also gonna write and see. I'm gonna reveal some things. Right, these people think that only they can go to Antarctica and fake shit, and nobody else is going to Antarctica, and there's no other things happening around Antarctica. Right, people are that stupid, do we? Right, so all that and also the lines are open for anybody to jump in to question, to come say hello, to give their opinion about what we are going to be discussing today here. So yeah, let's say hello to my brother and co-host Gene, editor Gene. How are you, my brother?
Hey Vika, what's up, brother? I'm pretty good, man. You're talking about daylight and sunlight, and I love that because there's a distinct difference, and you could tell on very stormy days. At 12 o'clock noon when there's cloud coverage so heavy that you can't see the sun, but all you can see is the daylight, and the shadows will tell you that because there's really not much shadows during that time. I guess that's you'll see a shadow underneath a car, underneath trees with a lot of foliage, bushes, stuff like that. But you won't see any long shadows from the sun, which I find really interesting. Which kind of shows us that there is definitely two different lights going on. And when the sun is out, the daylight is far less noticeable because the sunlight just takes over. But so that's a fun one. I like that subject alone, right? Um, so yeah. Oh, there goes my lights, guys. My prop guy is fired. Definitely fired. I'll figure that out. Anyway, so yeah, bro. I've been absent off the internet. I've been busy doing moons and just kind of doing my winter thing. So that's this is all going to be news to me, and I'm definitely looking forward to it. So what's up, everybody in the chat? Good to see everybody. Thanks for coming back, and welcome to everybody who's new here. Hi, everyone. I'm gonna take this
Yeah,
off.
absolutely, brother. Every day, every there are things coming out, so it's very difficult also to keep up with everything because loads of people pointing things out like we are looking into it and like so yeah, it's great the community is working together, the community is looking for things that not everybody are like there are hundreds and thousands of people who are skinning this around and it's not difficult to see the deception, right? So let's say hello to Sam. Sam, how are
Hey,
you?
what's going on? Everything okay? You hear me? Can you hear me?
We
What's
hear
up,
you,
Sam?
bro.
Okay, you hear me. That's good. That's good. I had a problem with my mic. Yeah, everything okay here. A little late, a little tired, a little sick, but happy. Happy to be here.
Good to see you, bro.
Nice,
You good, you too.
nice. Oh yeah, maybe Aloha join us in a little bit. And yes, people, the lines are on. Anybody can jump in. You don't have to do a video. You can do an audio too. Come and say hello. Come and say whatever your opinion is, how things are going out. What do you think? Did somebody change their mind from thinking it was real to fake, fake to real, whatever? We are open for here to everybody to listen to everybody. So yeah, absolutely. Everyone is welcome. Anyone is welcome. And yep. Uh, I'll play something to let the party start to little get we get warm up and then we're gonna start rolling and yeah, get comfortable guys.
Yo, dog from the wild. Yo, 24-hour sun. The stormy smash shifty. Master Mason tricking, they came looking risky. Flat earth of these skies, a role they perfected just to claim Antarctica. Tail misdirected. Action, he shouts with his phone in his hand. Coordinates pop up, yeah, we in the land. Recorded maybe, no single shot proof. The footage too clean, no weather aloof. I applied for the trip, but my inbox stayed dry. Meanwhile, he's out there, yo, who's this guy? Fake it till you make it, reverse Uno card. 15 years of research, but the truth hits hard. Shadows and smoke, yeah, the details collide. Antarctica secrets, they stay worldwide. Shadows stretch long, but I peeked the breath. One puff of white mist, then nothing was left. Cold as Antarctica, he said with a grin. But I saw the vape hidden under his skin. He hit that inhale, camera rolling clean. Exhale, look staged like a Hollywood scene. Blow believers yelling the air's too dry, but contradictions pile, why even try? Snow's disturbed, but his steps don't stick. Green screen flooring, a cinematic trick. Fake it till you make it, reverse Uno card. 15 years of research, but the truth hits hard. Shadows and smoke, yeah, the details collide. Antarctica secrets, they stay worldwide. Yo, I zoomed in tight on the green screen pocket. Logos on his jacket, globe signs unlock it. He grabs fake snow from the edge of the floor. Put the truck in the back, yo, what's that for? Driving through mountains, then poof, it's gone. A hidden driveway or a masterful car. Artificial sun pattern sitting in the files. Lighting up Antarctica with studio style. Where's the sun filter? Where's the zoom shot? All we got is CGI and a melting plot. Now did he call every country and ask what they saw? Dark skies, bright sun, or a cover-up flaw? Meanwhile I'm here, building plans in my mind while he fakes his trip, leaving logic behind. He flexed his phone but no global sync. Did the sun even rise or did the footage shrink? Emotions run high but my vision stays clear. Deciphering illusions they constructed with fear. Fake it till you make it, reverse Uno card. 15 years of research but the truth hits hard. Shadows and smoke, yeah, the details collide. Antarctica secrets, they stay worldwide. So next time you tell me my hours are waste, look close at his footage, how fake is it taste? Studio setups, shadows misaligned. Logic takes patience, let's rewind and find. You jump to conclusions while I dig through lies. 15,000 hours got me eagle-eyed. Fake breath, fake steps, yo, the scene's a mess. Truth is an expedition, not a studio test. Globe or flat, the real question's this: who controls the footage? What truth did we miss? So next time you watch, keep your focus and frame. Master Masons play chess in the shadowy game. 24-hour sun or artificial light. Antarctica secrets hide in plain sight.
Nice. Oh, I hope you guys like it, huh? Awesome,
Yeah,
awesome
yeah.
track.
Who did that? Who does that?
Oh, it's one flat earther on TikTok. Yeah, I'll share the link in a bit
yeah, share it.
in
That's
the
great.
chat. Yeah, people are
That was
very
cool.
creative. Yeah.
Yeah, even I caught a couple of those lyrics. I'm not good with lyrics. I was here tapping the beat, keeping time. So
Oh yeah, people, the line are open. Come and join the conversation, right? So I'll play something else for a start.
I noticed, listening back to it, that I heard this click sound.
And now when I hit one of the input buttons, it goes green instead of going red. And that has not changed the active angle. This is the program out, and this is now the preview. So as I click on a different...
Okay, first thing you're going to see is these mountains. They jump to the left. Soon.
Fucking hell. These motherfuckers.
And oops. And there you go, everyone. It's this is also midnight in Ushuaia right now, Steve.
I heard a very pronounced click noise. So that could have been a mouse click in software. They could have been using some hardware to flick to change into a green screen. We're going to have a bit of a look at that.
Oh, yeah, it's very difficult to see, right? Because it's very small. But yeah, you can see when they click, the whole behind screen just moves to the behind him, right? Yeah, just new stuff coming out, more things coming out. So yeah, I'll play it again if somebody didn't catch it. It's on his shoulder, on his right shoulder.
Back to it, that I heard this click sound.
And now when I hit one of the input buttons, it goes green instead of going red. And that has not changed the active angle. This is the program out, and this is now the preview. So as I click on a different...
Okay, first thing you're going to see is these mountains. They jump to the left. Soon.
And oops. And there you go, everyone. It's this is also... All right, here we go.
All right, so you guys remember Kevin was here. He found out the line. We spent a whole podcast seeing that line, and people are saying it was the stitching, and right. So there are many people looking into it again, and like right. So we said what it could be because it's not a normal anomaly. People were saying about those cubes of the lens of the camera and blah blah blah, and right. So whatever. People are still looking into it, and it's still very obvious, right? So don't worry about the topic of today, guys. I am going to reveal it, but I have to go through few things. Okay, I will go on and say that I know somebody from Antarctica and who was in Antarctica during these clowns were there. Okay, I'll leave it to there, and when the time comes, more ahead in the podcast, I will say about it. We'll continue.
First of all, I would like to thank Winter Patriot 45 for finding this. Here's his video, the 24 hours of fraud. He found the lines where you can see that they're in the studio. Also, I would like to thank Flat Earth Banjo for posting his video in his channel. So we're gonna talk about this video right here from Wits It Gets It. This video. The 24-hour sun in Antarctica, 360 degrees, time lapse. Alright, so I went to this video and I went to around 52 minutes. And I went to where the tripod is, right? The camera on the tripod. And then I took a screenshot of that by using different method, I believe. I used my snipping tool. And then here's a screenshot. So we're gonna open this. Okay. So you can see right here, there is the tripod right there. So we're gonna edit this image. Okay, there it is. So what we're gonna do is play with the settings a little bit. Okay, so for this case, we're gonna play with the contrast. So I found out that if you put the contrast around 67, right there. Saturation, we're gonna do -100, and you can start seeing the line right there, and then it goes down to the tripod. But we still got one more setting, and that's gonna be my sharpness. So we're gonna go to sharpness, and we're gonna take our sharpness to 100. Right there. All right, so you can see, guys, right there it is. Perfect, clear as day. Look, there's the line right there. There's your tripod. There goes the line, and there it goes. There it goes, guys. Yep, those guys are lying to you, definitely.
You guys see it?
Yeah.
A shout out to a channel called Pons PR1990. The guy name is Steven. Oh, sorry. His name is Andres Santiago, the one who sent me. People are looking and doing their own thing. This is done on a huge freaking monitor. See it? It's the only place where is the anomaly, right? If it was that's supposed to be the stitching and all the other cube and whatever, it should be seen in other places also. It's right there. Why? Because there where the fuckery is happening, that is the landmark is supposed to be Mount Ross, right? And there where is the sun is doing strange things too, right? So there you have it. Hey, before we continue, let's say hello to Cindy. Cindy, are you there?
Hey guys, I am
How are
here.
you, Cindy?
So I'm a lot better than when I left your show the last time.
That was a long time ago,
Nice.
Cindy. I'm glad you're back.
Thank you. I'm really good. It's great to see you guys.
You too.
Oh yeah, and your thoughts now was since we were here last time, Cindy, what you see?
So as I suspected, there was going to be foul play, is what I'll call it. I believe that this is a hoax. You know, I liken it to the moon landings, but it doesn't look as good as the moon landings. To me, it's just it's fraudulent. You'd have to fake it, just like NASA has to fake what they do. There's no way that you can't have actual footage if it's not real. So I've been watching your show. I've been watching some other shows. I've been doing some of my own digging, and yeah, I can't find anything valid. it looks terrible, and the guys who traveled have been acting very strange. It's been a whirlwind for sure.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. From every angle, from every angle. Yeah, that the people are seeing things and just calling it out. TikTok is crazy too. So, oh yeah.
Well,
Gene
I'm
or
proud of
Sam,
you, Vika.
sorry.
I'm very proud of you for standing firm, for standing for the truth and calling out what's fake. So I'm very proud of you.
That's what we have. This is the choice they have left us, Cindy. It's not that we didn't want to believe them or we didn't, like, right from the start were against it. We were open for this. We did a few podcasts prior to that, trying to explain and see if there's a possibility of 24-hour sun, right? And so it wasn't right from the beginning. We were like against it, and we waited. And the way the things came out, to sorry, this is what you're giving us. This is what we see. What are you trying to hide something, or why is it so much manipulation, right? We might even give them that they were in Antarctica somewhere, or somewhere there was ice, right? We might even give them that, but the real data is a 24-hour sun, right? Where it's not
Absolutely.
matching up with many other things, right? With shadows and with many things. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I'm definitely agreeing with you. And I think we all kind of hoped that they were going to be legitimate. Legitimate is the key to truth, right? So when we find anomalies, and when you find many anomalies, then that's enough. Then that's enough to say something's off, something's wrong. And even if we can't say 100% for sure we know what it is, we know something's wrong.
Yeah, Cindy, you know what I want to say to you? Like right back at you. I'm proud of you and everybody out there that was able to see through all the smoke and mirrors. Um, I don't know. I don't know how it got, but I jumped right back to the Matrix for this one. I feel like, I wasn't willing to accept that it was a deception that deep, and it was from the top down, really. I had a hard time coming to terms with that.
So imagine when I worked for NASA and I knew years later that from the top down, the people I trusted and I worked with
Mm,
were lying. And so
right.
I know your pain. Trust
Mm,
me, I worked for the federal government for 15 years. And when you work for them and then you find out that your whole world is a lie,
mm.
it's a hard pill to swallow. So I
It
understand
really
exactly what you're
is.
saying.
Yeah, it's tough. Even that, even during the day, I'll think about it. I'm like, oh my God, like how embedded and invisible are these people,
Hmm.
and who are they?
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have to focus on the people too, because people focus on that footage, but it goes beyond the footage, because
Yeah, man.
a lot of anomalies again are among the people, that went there, and the people that supported, that TFE out of here.
Yeah.
Now we see, like, imagine I have those great guys like Mark Sargent, like David Weiss, people that I admired, people like great people, but there's a lot of anomalies about their attitude and their reaction to that whole thing. So that goes beyond the footage, the anomalies and the red flags and all that. So this is what we have
Right.
to understand, also the human side, what's going on.
Yeah.
This is just, well, we have to
Just
understand
real
what's going on.
quick, some people are saying, did I actually work for NASA? I'm not new to the flat Earth. I have been in the flat Earth community since 2016, and I have shown lots and lots of proof of my years with NASA, the Air Force, Lockheed, and Raytheon. So I actually have been very quiet for several years and not doing interviews. So a lot of people don't know who I am anymore. I don't want people to think I'm some kind of a fraud jumping on your show. I'm an old school flat earther.
Oh yeah. Cindy have been here various times here, and she shared all the images, photos, her memories, and all her experience. Not one time, already few times. You can find her stuff on YouTube by other people shared for the people who are listening for first time, right? So yeah, Cindy is also a key in this, right? Because it shows like being part of that and coming out and taking the side of the truth is, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, guys, if you've never seen Cindy's original interview, it's Cindy Holland is a legend and always welcome here. So it's great to see you,
Ah,
Cindy.
you're awesome. Thank you guys. You're so awesome.
Hey,
Hey, if
Cindy,
anybody
what?
has that video, maybe you could put that clip up. I'm not sure how long it is, but
I have several interviews if you want the one with Jaron or if you want the one with Matt Long.
well, you can pick. I was thinking of what I thought was the original one. The first one I remember seeing you in. I'll never forget. I ran to my wife with it. I'm like, look, NASA employees flipping, jumping the fence. Look at what we got.
That's
It
awesome.
was so fun.
You're awesome. Do you want me to just put it in the chat?
Oh yeah, definitely. And Vika, maybe get to it later or something. You know?
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
This is the thing. I
Cindy,
cannot screen share. I cannot screen share or sites. I can only screen share what I have downloaded or on my device because I'm doing from a tab. So yeah, if you have anybody have or you can screen share yourself a bit if you want. We can play a little bit for
Okay,
the
let me
people.
try.
Yeah,
Let me
till you
try not
fry.
to mess with your
Yeah,
show.
yeah. When you have it ready, right? We will continue and we will play a few minutes so that the people also hear a bit that. And yeah, Gene, any thoughts on this image we have after Sam?
Bro, it's pretty. It's awesome, but it's terrible. You know, that's rough. But it's all right. And this is helping me come to terms with all of this, man. It's like Cindy said, I said it too. Actually, this is really hard tough pill to swallow right now. So I'm glad we didn't jump the gun, Vika. And that's neither one. We kind of work in the same way, you know. Patience teaches you things, and that's that.
Oh yeah. Hey Laura, what's up? How are you doing? There's a link on the top. You're welcome to join us, Laura. Really amazing to chat to you too.
Yeah, come on up, Laura.
Sam, your thoughts on the image?
well, this is clear. I saw this, on different images. It's like it's nice. It's nice, very nice. Well, that's another TFE killer for me. So nothing much to say. We know what those people are. They're just as fake as their footage. Those are fake scientists, fake explorers, fake, people just making fake footage, fake things, faking things around. They love it. I think they enjoy it.
Oh
I think
yeah,
they
well
enjoy it.
said, brother. Fake explorer. That's I think one of the best terms we can put to them. Fake explorers.
Yeah,
And as you
that was
say,
great.
brother, this is the thing, right? If we are pointing out the problems on the data and the footage, then everybody know who is the problem, right? So that's what it is, right? The people have to connect the dots by themselves sometime, right? Will
You,
Yeah.
you see, you can learn. Actually, you can learn about these people by learning about their job, what they did, because just as their footage is like stitched, themselves they are stitched. They're not even real. Those people, they're not like full. They're like just like fabricated. All that Will Duffy, all these people, they're not real people. For me, it's not. They're not real. They're just like they're so fake. They're so fabricated. So plastic. So artificial. They exactly like their own footage, full of anomalies, full of defects. Oof. It is crazy. It is crazy.
Oh yeah,
But it's
MS. Yeah, MS in the chat is saying the same. They're like TFE, like the fake explorers, right? All right. So more problems, more loopholes, more fakery. We'll continue.
Side, we have live air ops, aircraft flying all over the Antarctic continent, can land at any time. You don't want an aeroplane on your head. I assure you it is very painful, so do not go past that end.
So this is from Mr. Mark Herman, right? And you can see that they are abusing the blue chroma key so much, right?
Live airport. On this side, on the approach to that mountain are huge and vast
It's all blue there.
crevasses.
They have
You could probably fit a
all the
family
shadow
car in
blues,
without.
right? Even here you can
Nice.
see.
nice. Yeah, well seen. Oh man.
And yeah, and here we can see how much the abuse of blue chroma key, everything, all the shadow is blue, the ice is,
Yeah. It's true.
everything is blue.
I'm blue. Da 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 da.
What I'm trying to show here is that from their image, from their footage, the fakery they're giving us, in comparison to real footage from real people, right?
Exactly.
You see that the table shadow is blue, everything is blue.
Yeah.
Well, here we are, Antarctica. Well, here we are, Antarctica. We went out to Elephant Head.
You
looked
see
at
the
ice,
shadows?
went on a hike, and then we're incredibly fortunate.
Yeah,
All right.
look how
Keep an eye on the shadows, and I just want you guys to also have a look on this. This is supposed to be somewhere near Union Glacier, between all the ice. All right, just land. This will, yeah, it's for more later too, but yeah,
this is just like a little spot with no ice on it.
yeah. Listen to it, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So once this finish, there's people in Antarctica, and you can see the shadow and everything, right? And also this place is there. We're speaking about how the place is called, and keep an eye on the shadows. That's it. The chroma key blue.
Well, here we are, Antarctica. Well, here we are, Antarctica. We went out to Elephant Head, looked at the ice, went on a hike, and then we're incredibly fortunate to be able to go watch a Russian Aleutian land on the blue ice runway.
Planes are on their way.
See the shadows.
Clouds, but the runway looks great on this
It's
side.
all black.
So we are super hopeful to get to Union Glacier, and there's a sliver of hope on the 757. But right now, it's all about just taking the first step. So we're gonna do that, take them one step at a time. Here we go.
It has been an amazing 15 days on this mountain.
Well, here we are, Antarctica. Well, here we are, Antarctica. We went out to Elephant Head, looked at the ice, went on a hike, and then we're incredibly fortunate to be able to go watch a Russian Aleutian land on the blue ice runway.
Planes are on their way. A couple of floating clouds, but the runway looks great on this side here. So we are super hopeful to get to Union Glacier, and there's a sliver of hope on the 757. But right now, it's all about just taking the first step. So we're gonna do that, take them one step at a time. Here we go.
It has been an amazing 15 days on this mountain.
See the shadows. See the ice.
Yeah, it's darker, of course.
Yeah, it's normal. It's normal shadows. It's not manipulated. And again, we have the abuse of the blue chroma, and that is the reason even Mark Herman also had in his wherever they were to have that blue thing already on. So when they do the fakery, it adds up, right? You see how blue is it?
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, Keith? How you doing?
Hey man, the more I see that, the more fake it looks. Every time it looks fake.
How much more fake could it look? None more fake.
And this one I already shared the last week because it's a thing. They're screwing around with the blue chroma. Yeah, go ahead.
The camera does a 360-degree circle in 24 hours and keeps perfect time with the sun, right?
That's what they say it's supposed to do.
Okay.
Now I did hear somebody saying that that's not 24 hours. If you break down the time lapse that they showed, it's actually much faster or much less than 24 hours. I don't know about that, so I'm just throwing it out there so somebody can correct me if that's wrong, or maybe somebody can find out and let us know.
Or there's a rule: don't take anything they say for granted. If they say something, it's wrong, automatic. I don't care what it is. It's like it's alright. So you have to
Same like the
understand what.
DOE, right? Same like the government, right? Whatever
Yeah.
they say is do the opposite.
Standard.
I would rather trust them with the right time.
Saying if their mouth is moving, assume they're lying.
Vika, I was able to put that link in the private chat if you want to grab it at some point.
Hey guys, I have a question. So I'm looking at this. I'm thinking Antarctica's been sitting there for a long time, right? What keeps the ice and snow on certain spots and not on other spots? How would there be any land showing down there? Wouldn't it all just be completely frozen over wasteland?
This is what they want us to believe, that it's all frozen and wastelands, right? So that spot I just showed you, right, it's somewhere near the Union Glacier, right? So what I mean is that there's a lot of things happening similar to like that, patches and huge, right? So we'll go into that a bit ahead.
Okay. Maybe that's the 50-degree increase in temperature in the past 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, this is the thing, Cindy. I said I cannot play links or website. I can only play downloaded videos. So anybody else here, Sam, if you are you on your laptop, you want to cast that link? Yeah, cast that link.
Which link?
Of
Which
Cindy.
link?
Cindy, did you send the link
Okay, I got
in
it.
the
I got
chat?
it. I got it. Okay.
Play
You
it
want me
and
to? I'm going to. You want me to download the video?
No. Just go and present your screen share, and I can add it here.
Okay. Wait a second, because I never did that tonight. I hate these machines. I don't. Wait a second.
Paperclip.
Wait a second. I got this.
Hey Cindy, too,
Share
if you want to
screen.
send that to me on Facebook, I'll share that on Facebook as well.
Okay,
Go ahead. Do it then. Aloha. You're better than me with
are
this.
we friends on Facebook?
Me on there if we're not. It's Keith Cameron Smith.
Keith Cameron.
How do I share my my screen here? That's what.
Keith Cameron Smith.
But I'll share it on a few different groups on there.
Stop can present live studio settings.
Yeah, you have to hit present, and once it go present, you have the option of screen share of your page or the screen. Yeah, your screen.
What do you have to hit? Present? I don't see anything. Right? I see mute, stop cam, settings. Present. Yes. How did you know that? Video file, share screen. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna go first there. Yeah, I got it. Okay, 1 second, and it share screen. Okay, I'm gonna share the screen. Former NASA. Here we go. Share. So you got it?
Yep. Play.
Okay.
Put the volume and play. How long is it?
It's 28 minutes.
We'll play the clip and we just skip little bit. Yeah, like just.
Okay.
Two of them
You got
were
it?
coming out of their office at the same time.
Yeah, we
I was
hear
leaving
good.
my office. Yeah, it's working. I heard them laughing and saying they couldn't believe that people believed in the fake moon landing.
Oh yeah, I've seen this.
Is this the one you showed your wife? 2007, one of the guys I
Yeah,
worked with
this
at
is the
Lockheed
one.
Martin told me that the Earth was flat.
But Cynthia, when you worked in NASA there, did you suspect anything?
No, I was completely asleep then.
And you never heard about anybody crazy suspecting
I worked
something?
for Lockheed Martin and White Solomon. Yeah, I'm going to tell you here right now. For a period of time, that was not one of my fun positions. That was strictly business, financial business stuff.
Gotcha. Just want to bring it up because we are Flat Earth and we're in Fort Worth. So
Right.
just want to make that connection.
I did live in Fort Worth for 2 years.
All right. That's enough in my book. Okay, so talk a little about how you came to work at NASA, your credentials, and your role while you were there. It's a big question.
Okay. So back in the early 90s, I was a college student and was working at the Air Force Base, Edwards Air Force Base. Some of the folks that I worked with suggested that I apply for a position at NASA because I was going into an IT college degree. And so I did. I found in the base paper, they had a bunch of positions posted for women, mostly women for some reason, which is interesting. Back in the 1990s, they were pushing that. So I applied, and it was very simple. It wasn't like you do today. It was a very simple process. And so in 1996, I was hired on with a contractor for NASA. The contractor is called Woodside Summit Group, and they do various contracts, not just NASA. But I worked directly in a NASA facility called Dryden Flight Research Center, which is one of the main NASA facilities in the U.S. I worked there from 1996 until 2000. Credentials was basic, very basic. I had 2.5 years of college under my belt, and they were looking for people just out of school. So they liked that I had some college, and then they trained me on my position and then expanded from there. It was a lot of fun. I learned a ton in the 4 years I was there, IT stuff.
So doing IT stuff like in charge of servers and things like that?
I had 4 servers in my office. I had my own office, which was located right next to the photo lab, which was a unique place to be anyway. Yeah. So I had 4 servers. My servers were the backup servers for all the computers at the facility.
Okay. The entire facility?
The entire Dryden facility.
Gotcha.
Did all the backups. It would rotate through computers each night.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What kind of degree did you get? Or what did you study?
Business IT.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. How did you come into Flat Earth? Because you weren't a Flat Earther when you worked at NASA.
Correct.
Right? So tell me about that journey.
So it's actually, if you don't mind if I go back a little bit further, when I worked at NASA, probably 1997, 98, the guys in the photo lab, 2 of them were coming out of their office at the same time I was leaving my office. And I heard them laughing and saying they couldn't believe that people believed in the fake moon landings. Huh. Now, Now, obviously, I wasn't aware of any of this then. I had no idea. So I honestly just thought they were crazy. So I kind of brushed it off and I didn't think about it again for many years. And then in 2007, one of the guys I worked with at Lockheed Martin told me that the Earth was flat. And I discarded the information because he didn't really give me a lot of detail. He was an engineer, very smart guy on the F-117.
Wait, a smart guy that believed in a flat Earth?
Very educated.
Okay.
Very educated and very
Gotcha.
smart, and aerospace background. Told me that the Earth was flat, and again, I discarded it because it was just nonsense at the time. So fast forward a couple of years, and in 2009, I woke up to pretty much everything. And it's a hard awakening when it's all in one, but sure. Fake moon landings, 9/11 inside job, chemtrails, HARP, and you just fill in the blanks from there. I started to research like crazy. So from 2009 until May of 2016, I was just researching, studying. I worked for the government until 2012. So NASA, then Air Force, then Lockheed, not necessarily in that order. But in May of 2016, I was doing my research, and I ran across a video that said 75 biblical proofs of flat Earth. And I was intrigued, having had it sort of in my face a couple of times and knowing the moon landings were faked. So I watched it, and my life hasn't been the same since that moment.
Yeah. So, so your background, I mean, you're a Christian, right? Or you believe in the Bible?
I do believe in the Bible.
Okay. Because I lately I've found that Christian just means you take the scientific worldview and project it back on the Bible. But if you actually believe in the Bible, that's a different story,
Correct.
right? If you believe in a literal biblical account.
The geocentric.
Right,
account,
you had
yes.
a geocentric account.
Yes.
So in that process, was there one verse that like really jumped out at you, or just kind of like hit you for the first time again, when you reread it from a flat Earth perspective?
So what I did was the book of Genesis, chapter 1. I went through the entire chapter for about 3 hours and went verse by verse because that's the account of creation. And so when you look at it with an open mind and believing in a literal Bible, which I do, then you stop and you take account of each verse. And when you do that and you go through the entire chapter, then suddenly you can see creation in a different light. It's never taught to us that way. So to read it with a different mindset, an open mind, then the entire chapter basically tells you how God put Earth together. It's like a terrarium.
Sure.
Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, my whole deal is, one, if you can even get past the idea of a firmament with waters above and waters below, but the fact that God created the Earth first, and then he created the sun, and so what was the Earth rotating around for 3 days until the sun was created? And I've come to the conclusion that if that is true, it was rotating around Chuck Norris. It was probably, I can't come up with any other solution. Who's an Illuminati shill, by the way? Chuck Norris is.
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean,
I need to research that one.
Joke. I don't want him coming after me.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about the work environment at NASA. Just kind of elaborate on atmosphere. Do people like each other?
Yeah, great atmosphere. I actually miss it. I have dreams about working there still. So as bizarre as that sounds, I miss the entire, everything, the people, the facility, the things that we did. It was a very important role. I was part of Y2K. Y2K was this big, false flag, basically.
Right.
But, you know, you feel important, you feel good. Everybody there was on the same team. You really felt like a team member. And we had a lot of fun. We had events. We had a lot of food. Catered events. And I don't know, it was just unique. I was friends with a lot of pilots, you know, who can say that they worked alongside an SR-71 pilot.
Yeah, Maverick and Goose, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So you talked a little bit about the photographer story, and you know the moon landing it's a conspiracy. You can be a non-flat earth, you can be a ball earther and not believe we went to the moon. In fact, one of the guys on the show, his name's Chad. I mean, I wouldn't call him a flat earther, but he does not believe we went to the moon. I mean, he thinks it looks ridiculous, you know. And so I'm curious, you know, back when you heard them say that, did it touch any points where you would say, oh yeah, you know, I've heard people that say they didn't think we went to the moon, or was that kind of the first time you'd heard that idea?
That was the first time, and to be honest with you, I didn't take it seriously in any aspect. I supported NASA. I supported what they did. And I think the majority of people who work for NASA really enjoy what they do and support what they do. You wouldn't question it. You wouldn't. So for the photographers to say something like that is a little weird, right? Well, a few months ago, I realized that when I got my tours through the photo lab, there were no pictures of space. They were all jets. So the photo lab has a lot of photos and none of space.
Wow.
Yeah.
So brings me to my next question. I've heard you mention how you've met Matt Powerland before, or Matt Boylan, who claims, I have no reason not to believe him, claims that he was a photorealist painter for NASA. And did you know of any other quote unquote painters that were there while you were there?
I did not. In fact, I knew we had painters because when you walked into the main building where I worked, I think it was building 1600, in that foyer, we had a beautiful painting of the globe that we knew was a painting because they made a big deal out of it and presented it and gave it to us in our building. And so I knew there were painters, but I just thought it was painting. I never put two and two together.
Yeah, I mean, he's become famous for saying photo or painting, right?
Right.
So, I mean, it seems to me that probably 95% of people work at NASA and don't even know there's a debate about the shape of the Earth.
That's right. If I had to guess based on what I know now, what I knew then, you wouldn't question it. It's not something you'd even think about.
Right. Yeah, and so to me, I mean, even there would have to be a percentage that knew they were hiding something, but they don't even have to know that that's what they're hiding, right? I mean, for all they know, an astronaut, for example, could be told, hey, we're not sending you up because we're saving money and we're using it for anti-terrorism.
Absolutely.
You know,
everything is parceled. Everything is compartmentalized. You have a specific need to know. And that's true with NASA, Air Force, Lockheed, every government position I've had, it was always need to know. And so you don't really ask outside of the parameter of your position. It's kind of a no-no. It's kind of you just know not to.
Yeah, and if you do ask and you're told something, then you're responsible for it, right?
And anybody who knows something and they tell you, then they're in deep water because you're only allowed to speak about what you're allowed to speak about. So my badge would have colors on it, and those colors dictate what areas I'm allowed to go into, what my need to know is. And so everybody has specific things on their badge. So if you're talking about your program and you're talking to someone whose badge clearly doesn't show that they're briefed in that program, then you're going to get in trouble for speaking about it.
And so from what I understand, there were some things that you were briefed in on. which you weren't allowed to speak on, which you've never spoken on because of your duty. So give me an idea of, on like 1 to 10, from your point of view, what your clearance level was, and then relate that to maybe the percentage of the facility you were even allowed to go into. Or would it be even hard to even speculate on that?
So I worked on something called a black project. When you work on a black project, it doesn't exist. And that's pretty much, if you look at my going away placard from the F-117 program, and I went into the black program, it says, be a light on the dark side. The reason it says that is because I was going into a black program.
So, which begs the question, if a project doesn't exist, where does it get funding from?
Same place, but it has a name that isn't its name.
Right.
It's hard to explain that.
Sure. No, I get it. So my point would be, you know, if NASA is getting $50 million a day and they are not sending rockets up or people up, then they've got extra money for quote unquote black projects. And yeah, so that's super interesting.
Yes.
Okay. Do you, knowing what you know now or knowing what you believe now, do you have any guilt associated with having worked there or anything like that? Or?
No, I don't have guilt, but I do have a little bit of shame for our government, in that I was a big patriot, very pro-American, very pro-Republican. You know, I was just a very, pro-government, pro-Air Force. And not that I'm not still, because the people who work there, they're still good people. You know, they don't know. But I'm ashamed of the people who are at the top level who know this, and they don't have guilt. And they send stuff down the pipe to the people the regular everyday people, to do these jobs. And these jobs are pretty much created jobs. In order to create this atmosphere, you have to have a budget office, you have to have an IT to support all the computers. What are they actually working on?
Right.
Yeah, no, we don't know. So no, I don't have guilt for what I did.
So my buddy Paul, who does a show with me, he was talking to a girl who works at NASA, and she works on tracking submarines. Which sounds weird to me. So are you aware of that and or any other what I would call space-related programs that NASA works on?
We didn't have a lot of space stuff at Edwards, at Dryden, because we were more related to the jets. That's why we were located at an Air Force facility that supported jet flight. I can tell you there's a lot of programs that are unusual, that they typically deal with flight, though. I have not heard of a submarine, although it could be a tracking thing that we're talking about.
Yeah, maybe tracking. I mean, it sounded interesting to me. I mean, coming from the biblical mindset of the waters above, we were wondering if they were trying to go under and up or something.
I think they are trying to test the waters. There's you've seen the video where they're trying to go through.
Yeah, that's phenomenal
they're
stuff.
able to get through that.
So what would you tell a non-flat earther who's extremely skeptical? If it's possible for someone who used to work at NASA to believe in flat Earth, it's I would say it's possible for anybody. But what would your message be?
I would say definitely keep your skepticism, because you have to be skeptical of everything, and I am still. But I would say keep an open mind at the same time and just look into it. Give it some time. It's not going to happen in one day. And you can jokingly say just give it a day, but the truth is you need more than a day, and you need to be open-minded. And just because it's so taboo doesn't mean it's wrong. It is taboo, and I think there's a reason that it's become that way. I think it was purposeful. anyone who says the earth is flat is crazy. Well, I'm not crazy. I hold a clearance, and so I can tell you I'm not crazy, and the people that I've met who are flat earthers are not crazy. What's crazy is not being willing to look at something that's unusual without, and don't put it aside without looking into it. Just look at it.
So what would you tell other NASA or ex-NASA or government employees that maybe have a weird sense of something that might be going on? Or
if I was still working, I would be very quiet because of my career. So I get it, and that's the truth. It doesn't mean you have to come out publicly to look into it. It just means you look into it and decide for yourself. You can still quietly share this information with those that you know, friends, family, your children, and say, maybe there's another option here. Maybe this ball, this globe, is a theory, and we don't maybe have enough fact to back up the theory as fact, because we don't. So I would say look into it quietly if it's more comfortable to do that, and then just share with those who are close and see what they say.
any passions besides flat Earth or biblical cosmology?
Truth. I'm a truther. I basically code myself as a truther because I can't. I don't have it in me to lie that way. I don't like lies. I like truth.
Why does truther have a negative connotation? I don't understand that.
It's odd because we tell our kids not to lie.
Yeah.
Don't lie, and then as adults, somehow it's okay. I'm not sure why that is, but I can't help myself. I have an addiction to information. It's kind of a weird thing, but I have an addiction to information and I can't get enough. So I'm always researching. I'm always trying to fill my mind with more truth and not junk. I'm very careful about what I allow into my mind.
Gotcha. Hoping the beep beep of the truck there. Those are all my questions. I'm going to say something. Is there something else you want to touch on? Or think would be beneficial to touch on?
I don't know. I just really, it's on my heart to share this. I prayed for wisdom, and this is kind of how this happened is I pray. I pray every day, and God is my Savior. God is my God, but Jesus is my Savior. And when I pray, I mean it, and God knows my heart. And I prayed for wisdom, and 3 days later, I found that video. And I don't think that's a coincidence. I believe that was His plan. And it's only opened my mind and to the truth of the spirit world more, not in a weird way. The spirit world is real. God is in the spirit world. We're not there. We're here on the earth that He created for us. So as a Christian, and that's probably the number one thing about who I am, is I belong to Jesus Christ. And not all flat earthers are Christians. I get that. And they don't have to be. But I can tell you that I'm more blessed in my walk, in my faith, than I ever was prior to understanding the geocentric model.
Yeah. Same here.
Yeah, amen.
So one of the things that is super important here that I think everybody needs to take from Cindy's story is that you can work someplace and not necessarily be part of the overall lie, okay, if there's an overall lie, which I believe there is. And what I want you to do is take her story and apply it to your life. So me, I work, one of the things I do is I'm in commercial construction, and I do pricing and estimating for large construction jobs. But I don't swing a hammer. I don't lay tile. I sit at a computer and I plug numbers into a spreadsheet. And, we're out of Fort Worth, but we build jobs in Austin and Houston, and there's jobs that I've worked on at the computer that are now built and people are living in that I've never gone down and seen, I've never touched. So maybe that's a conspiracy in my life that maybe we don't actually build buildings, but I do know that we have a team down there, and that supposedly those buildings were built, and people are living in them now. And so I can see how 99% of people at NASA, probably 95 of those 99, don't even know that flat Earth is a debate. And the 99 are sincerely doing their job, the best that they can do, and serving their country. And I believe that's the case. And then I believe then there's the 1%, which in my opinion, 99% of that 1% may know that they are being deceptive or hiding something, but they may not know they're hiding the shape of the Earth. They may be hiding the fact that maybe they're not going to space. Maybe they're faking that they're going to space in order to save money, so those funds can be used for black book operation type stuff or to fight anti-terror. I know that if someone came to me and said that I needed to fake being a construction worker so they could use a salary to go fight terror in some country, that sounds like something I would sign up for. And so I can see how people can be deceptive, but do it in an honorable way. And so I think that of the 1%, 99% of the 1% are acting in that way. And then the last 1%, the 1% of the 1% would know what is going on. And so while it does seem like an insanely large conspiracy, I don't believe that it has to be. I think even the astronauts, for example, can be in on it, but not know what they're in on. And flat Earth just sounds ridiculous to them because there's no reason for them to doubt what their superiors are telling them. So combine that, I got a construction degree, but I didn't build one building while I was in school. It wasn't until I got out in the field and did an internship for 3 months where I literally learned more than I learned in 3 years of school. No offense to where I went, but that's just how it works. You learn how to do your job. And so people that have physics degrees, astronomy degrees, that's awesome, but they got their degree by regurgitating what their teacher or the books told them. And so, school teaches you what to think, not how to think. And when she talked about the lack of critical thinking in our world, it's a huge void. And so all we're trying to do with this is to get you to ask questions and don't be so attached to the ball because it's not yours. You didn't invent it, okay? There's no reason for you to cling to it like you created it. All we want is for you to question, because condemnation prior to investigation is ignorance, and we don't want you to be ignorant. And I'm not saying I have proof that it's not a ball. All I'm asking you is to look into it. So I want to thank Cindy for coming on. We really appreciate it. And as always, thank you for watching.
That's it.
Really appreciate that, Cindy. Right. Kudos for you for doing that. Right.
Yeah,
It takes
Cindy,
a
when
lot
did
of
that come out?
effort.
2018.
Sorry, Vika. 2018?
Yeah.
Wow. I haven't seen it in a long time, and halfway through it, I'm like, that's Matt Long. And
Yeah.
I don't remember.
He looks a lot different now.
Oh yeah, I met him last
He looks
year
like
in
a little
December,
kid there.
Look,
He looks like a little boy in that video.
Right? Look, I got his book from.
Oh.
Yeah,
Hey,
great
Sam.
book, guys. If you don't have it, I would definitely get that. I
think
met
he
him
has
in
the same
Nashville
thing I
with
do.
Pete last year at the Greg Locke and Dean Odell
Oh, okay.
conversation.
Yeah.
Hey
Yeah.
Sam, jump back, bro. It get dropped, so do join back. Yeah, I really appreciate this, and kudos to you for doing that. It takes a lot of effort, and I'm gonna take advantage of this, and also gonna say that shout out to people like her, shout out to people like Rob Taylor, shout out to people like Joshua Silva, Brett Freeman, and all these people with similar backgrounds and professionals coming forward and standing for the truth, which were in Flatten the Curve. Cindy was also supposed to be in Flatten the Curve. So there are people who are fighting for the truth. And also, Aloha will second that even on TikTok, there are people with background like this who are coming forward and speaking their truth night and day, right? Aloha?
Right on, man. It's all of us doing our part. No matter how small you think it might be, all of us doing our parts together is going to make a huge difference these next couple of years.
We like bees, huh?
So there's 3 ex-NASA employees, myself, David, Beverly, and Tracy Moran. We're the 3 who have come out publicly as Flat Earth. I have one friend that I worked with that has come to me personally and told me that she's flat, but she's staying she's hidden. And so there are people, and you know, like I said, it's taboo, and unfortunately, when it's taboo, and you're worried about what the world thinks, or your career, or you know, your family, then it's hard to come out, especially when you come from aerospace like us. But it's been a very freeing experience for me. I can be who I want to be. I can be myself. I don't have to pretend. And, you know, I've never spoken to my parents about this. They're not on Facebook and they're not on YouTube that I know of. And so I've only shared, well, I guess I've shared with the world, but I haven't shared with them, you know, personally. And so I pick and I choose what I can and can't say to who. But yeah, there's a bravery that comes with this, because you know there's going to be backlash. And now, you know, I'm thankful for President Trump coming on board and not doing the Kamala thing, but he is, you know, he and Elon are pushing space big. So there's that.
Yeah, crazy things are coming, right? So I'm going to ask you, with your permission, Cindy, I can clip this out, some parts, into a shorter clips, and I can make it viral, right? I can make
Yeah,
anything viral.
that's not from my channel. That was from Matt Long's channel, but so Matt actually got rid of his channel and someone had mirrored it. So I don't know who that person is. And
Yeah,
then
but
there's
we have it here right now on our
okay, yeah,
podcast, so I can clip it from here if you let, and I will make it go viral.
absolutely, of course. And just so people know, I have like 900 friend requests in my Facebook that I haven't accepted because there's a lot of hate and a lot of trolls. And so I apologize. If you send me a friend request, send me a message, because otherwise I might think you're a troll and I probably wouldn't accept it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. People, you can find her on Facebook. We've been already maybe almost a half a decade. We know her, right? Already, uh, for the truth. So yeah, this is also what I mean when I say that I know people. It's not this I'm just saying out of the world. I know people who are contacting me, or with all different kind of professions after Flatten the Curve. So don't think it is out of the world when I said in the beginning that I know people who were in Antarctica, when these people with clowns were in Antarctica. Antarctica is not only the Chile part. Antarctica is all around, right? And the fakery is gonna coming out. And also on TikTok, there are people with backgrounds with radar navigation, with different profession, with GOV professions like these, and they are literally speaking their heart out against the truth. So there's nothing that can stop the truth. That is the reason the TFE also was made. For sure, there is more reason to that, right? But yeah, I'm gonna play something else a bit here, so which goes with Cindy's thing too. We're having a
Thank you.
background. We're having some. How do you say?
I think
Please,
she muted.
everybody, mute the mic.
Vika, thank you. I'm gonna go have to be a mommy now. You guys are awesome. I'm gonna keep watching and listening, but I'm gonna drop out. And God bless you guys. Thank you, and much love. Keep working and don't give up on the truth.
Oh yeah, thanks for being here,
Yeah, thank
Cindy.
you.
Always a pleasure.
Absolutely,
God
you
bless
guys.
you.
I'll talk to you soon. I'll be back.
Good to see
Yeah.
you, Cindy. Thanks for stopping in.
All right, bye, guys.
Legend, guys. Cindy Holland.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that's important. It's an important testimony.
Yeah, she's an amazing person.
She's so cool.
Yeah.
RG, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right, man. I appreciate you having me on again. I once we finish with your videos and when you're comfortable for me to speak, I'll kind of give you what's been going on at nights, you know, with me and where I'm beginning to make connections with certain people that aren't quite a flat earther yet, but the way I'm going about it is attracting a little more attention, making Globers a little more curious. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you for having me on.
Oh yeah. If you want a short resume, you can give if you want. If it's not very long, and then or you can jump in when you see appropriate with what we are speaking.
I got you. Yeah. I can give a quick rundown on. I mean, what I'm just me personally, like I'm saying, and looking at you know, a hard model, you know, a physical model of what's being put together, you know, with Joe, and just I'm trying to combine a lot of um, people's works and just information wise, you know, number wise, latitudes, lawns, and really trying to, I would say, give such a better visual for people to, and things that make sense as a visual, right? Not just, oh, you know, there's a glass dome and a flat surface. Like if you really try to dig in and then narrow it down, right, and then narrow it down some more, um, it's going to be better for people to have a visual over the next, you know, X amount of years, you know, that it just doesn't have to be a ball. And that's like the best route, you know, for most people. Because look, the next generation's coming up right now, you know, from middle school before graduation. And these guys are a big part of the conversation, even though they're young at mind. That doesn't matter, right? It's something that they're going to be able to school us on one day, right? So here's what I do, Vika. I'll make this the quick part. So, you know, in the encyclopedia that they discontinued, there was a good bit of information there and some very important information. And you guys know what I'm talking about. In 1958, they took out this kind of information because now we're looking back and we're doing a lot of studying and searching. And so I don't know if you remember correctly, but the key number was 13,000 feet. And this was at, you know, what they called the dome ceiling. And that's how high it was at negative 80 degrees. Now, what it is going back, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure our firmament is sitting on some type of mountainous range that may be higher than just 0 degrees. You know what I mean? Now, with that little bit of knowledge, we can start deducing on an AE map heights. Now, let's say at the equator, the land equator, the terra firma
to be
equator.
a big to-do at NASA. He
Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good. You're good. So let's take you know, what we know from the equator, and 90 degree zenith measurement up, right? Now we don't know exactly where it's going to touch yet, but then you take your two tropics, right? And your Tropic of Capricorn would be toward, the south, of course, and the Tropic of Cancer north. Now, if we can just, without going into the sky yet, take a decent measurement from the geographic north and coming down to the equator, okay, and vice versa from the equator to the south. If we took a zenith measurements everywhere right through there and we just went, up until, that it touches the sky, and we can try to get our angle, which I believe personally is a 3-to-2 ratio. Okay.
Wrap it like in a way that resume it like the people can get it, like what you're trying to get to, like what you're gonna try to prove with that, or.
Yep. Okay. So let's take a 13,000 feet representation, which could be 13 inches. We're going to keep the same measurements, but scale it down. So the North Pole Star, which we believe is directly above geographic north, okay, and you want to, we don't know that height yet, but what we can do is take a string, and pull it up until the equator on the equator on the Earth, not the celestial equator yet, but if you put a 90 degree angle measurement going straight from the ground up to the celestial equator, and then you take your string from 13,000 feet in the south, that would be the limit of right around 80 degrees negative, okay, and you connect that string up to
Bro,
the equator.
you have to do, Aji, you have to do a presentation so that the people can understand, right? So
Yeah.
you're trying to measure the dome and all this stuff. Awesome, brother. So I wanted to share a few more things relating to what Cindy was saying before, and as I mentioned about the people who were there in Flatten the Curve, and the people I know and are contacting with all these kind of different background. Like these are people who are getting real truth out. Also, people on TikTok that are pilots, that are PhDs, that are engineers, right, are coming forward, and so this is what we are looking for. So this is also one example I want to play that we had conversation with, right? Because if we speak about what David Wise was have presented with the PSYOP and some kind of technology being used, right? For sure, I want the opinions of the people on that. I'll play this, and we will have the opinions.
Invented and patented all of the oxygen nozzles that are for underwater. And then I also worked for an MIT scientist who specializes in plasma orbs. He invented the globe that you put your hands on, that Sharper Image took over, has all those gases in it. They're the exact same thing they're seeing in the sky right now.
Plasma ball. Can you tell me what happens if you go from the bottom of the ocean straight to the top? No, we're not going to.
And he also specializes in holograms. His wife is also an MIT hologram specialist. They both live in my very, very small town here. Like the closest stoplight is 40 minutes away. I live in the middle of the sticks, and they're here working with the Japanese, Australian, and United States governments. That's all I can tell you.
So this lady was on TikTok live, on Dip's live. Shout out to Dip, right? And her grandfather was bought in the Operation Paperclip, right? And she said that she know that the people maybe 20 years ago they were working on laser plasma projection, hologram, mirror stuff, right? So what are your takes on what Dave has presented with this being some kind of technology? anyone can go in any order. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go, man. I know that they're so advanced, the military. So I have no question that they have things that would absolutely blow our minds, and we've probably seen a lot of it in movies, in these futuristic fantasy movies that probably have lots of these things that they're really working on. And a while back we were talking about holograms and how they work. And I don't know if it's true, but I keep hearing more and more about holograms so realistic that they can actually pick up things from your desk or whatever it is, So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if even, the screen was a hologram itself that they used.
Oh, yeah, it's a projection, right?
Some kind of Project Bluebeam where particles are just activated somehow. Yeah, why not? They can activate particles in your phone to send pictures, texts, links. So that's sort of the same idea I'm getting at. Probably not the same technology, of course, but the same idea. They can just send things out, and yeah, I got no problem thinking that could all been holographic. Who's in on it? Who knew what? I really don't know, but I wouldn't be shocked at all. I grew up thinking that, though, I don't know if a lot of people have, but I grew up, we were talking about the military being at least 50 years ahead of anything on the street, because that was like in the beginning when albums were going out, CDs were coming in, cell phones were brand new. You know what a cell phone was back in the early 80s? It was like a suitcase that you had to have a
Yeah, it was a brick. Yeah.
yeah, the
First walkie-talkie,
bricks.
like
Exactly, so we were like on the cusp of all this technological advancement, supposedly. But maybe, even in the 50s when newer things were coming out, they might have felt the same way, but we did for sure. So yeah, to think that we just knew it, we had friends, we lived right near the Verrazano Bridge is on a military base, both sides are on military bases. There's a real tunnel underneath there. There was lots of kids who had military families, and we just knew there was no real question that the military was at least 50 years advanced. And that was what we didn't know. So the stuff that they were bringing to the streets was probably more like 75 years more advanced, because they got to trickle it out, and it has to be perfected before they bring it out, I think, publicly. These guys are not playing games.
oh yeah, absolutely. Who's next?
I'll
Go
go.
ahead.
I have no doubt that the technologies that exist are far beyond what any of us know as just the average public. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, even from things like, electrostatic levitation, or just if you research alternative propulsion systems, the things that we see with a rocket or with an airplane, I think that's like, technology from 50 years ago. And they have technology, like Gene's saying, probably 50 years more advanced than what we even know about today. So to consider that maybe they projected a ball of plasma or some lasers onto some type of screen down in Antarctica, sure, that's a very real possibility in my mind. What's not just a possibility, for me, a certainty, is that they faked it. How they faked it, we may not be sure, but the fact that they faked it, to me, that's a fact. That's not speculation. That's not conspiracy, and it's mainly because of the sky. Every time lapse or every video I've seen from the Arctic and the Antarctic doesn't look anything like the sky from their video. So instead of Project Bluebeam, we could call it Project Blue Sky Fake Sun, or whatever they want to call it. But it's definitely fake in from everything I see about it, especially the more I've looked into it, the more I've listened to all the different angles about it. It's fake. It's fake as hell. But the technology that may have faked it, I think is probably beyond our understanding right now. So I think Dave is probably on to something. Was it a studio? I still never really fully bought into that, but still, we don't know. We weren't there. There was a handful of people there. One of Dave's arguments was that when they faked the moon landing, you're talking about thousands of people. Yes, there was compartmentalization, but the moon landing was 100 times harder than faking a fake sun in Antarctica with only a few dozen people. So, yeah, I don't know how they did it, but to me, absolutely, they faked it.
Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, it's difficult for the people to believe, right? The way the things are. Who's next? Opinion.
Well, I'll tell you something. Sorry, I just wanted to tell you that, the question for me is like, we don't have too much time. Like, so what should we focus on? Like, how they did it, or why they did it, or who's behind it. I'd rather focus on like why and who's behind it, just to, in order to be able to, to destroy them. Because knowing how they did it, okay, that's interesting. But what do I care? I don't care.
Yeah,
They
but
did like this.
the
Like,
problem of the people, Sam. The problem of the people is the people cannot separate the things, right? The people are still. It's creating confusion more than division. This is not division. This is just separation of the people who understand or who are in cognitive dissonance, the same way that the Globers did, right? They don't want to see. And what is creating that the two people who is coming back, one is saying that the Earth is a globe, and the other is saying no, the Earth is flat, but there is a 24-hour sun, right?
now it would be
That's division. So our work is to just dissect it, and the people have to connect the dot.
Exactly, and one of the most important thing for them to understand in order to accept it is why. Because the question, even if you ask if you prove them how, the big thing is why. What do you spend trillions of dollars, not billions, fucking trillions, to lie? That's the point. Then even if you prove them that they lie, they're gonna say, yeah, but why should they lie? What's the interest for them? What they have to gain? You see, and then you checkmate, because if you can have, if you tell them, oh, it's just for controlling us to make money, they don't have to do that to make money. They already have money. So the thing is that they have to understand that we're not talking here about just the shape of the Earth, not about like geocentrism. We're talking about something much bigger that we're in the middle of, and I don't believe that most flat earthers don't even realize. They don't even realize the war we're in the middle of. They don't get it yet, and that's why I believe there's a lot of confusion. I'm more focused on the why. Everybody has to focus on something else. It's like an army. Not everybody has the same in the same section, but I'm better to to focus on why and who are those people, who is behind those governments, who is behind that NASA, who is behind the Pentagon. I give you an example. In the Pentagon, you cannot become a general or a high-ranking, officer if you're not a Roman Catholic.
All right. So yeah, we better, Sam. We better take a left from there. Yep.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Aji, your turn, and then I'm gonna go.
Yeah, brother, appreciate it. Just bear with me for a second. I'm trying to get the correct order to say this. So questions will never have the right answers if you're looking to people that lie on a regular basis. We're not going to get our satisfaction as far as answers. That's all I want to say about that. But as far as the technology to pull something off like that, I mean, they show us different military contractors, different, at different times, through this technology. And it's, you're right, it does progress, and they found a use for it to, once again, my why is because they don't want you close to your God, to Creator, to Source. That makes you more powerful, and you don't need them. Once you realize that. I don't know if it was lasers per se, but it's definitely microwaves that we don't see with our eye unless there's something that it comes in contact with. And I just want to leave it with this. I'm not going to try to go too long, but it needs to be understood that plasma, someone brought up earlier, it can self-organize and it can go through solid objects without having to regain its shape. It doesn't lose its shape and come back. It's intelligent. And I know this might sound weird, but it's what I found out so far. And I'll land the plane with this. Don't underestimate the moment in time, because it's a whole lot easier to ignore what the reality is, to ignore what could be coming more. And let me just land here. I know I just said that. Land here is what I was speaking of earlier. I know it took a long time because my bad. I'll try to get together a better observation. But plasma isn't a fourth state of matter. It's the underlying ability behind all matter. So what they can do with it, it's so malleable and so powerful. I mean, I wouldn't put anything past these people. If they've got that, evil heart to do something crazy, it's just going to continue. So I think we should spend our time coming together and figuring out without worry. If you believe in a creator, nothing bad's going to happen to us. Nothing bad's going to happen to anyone. It's just, it feels wrong what they're doing. But anyway, I think it's to separate us from our creator. And I'll land it there, man.
Oh yeah, deception is all about that. I know. Yeah, I had to stop Sam because Sam goes really deep, and so for the hot words and all this, Sam, hope you get that, and the people in the chat, guys, hit the like freaking button, and please, if you guys want to jump on and say hello, we absolutely welcome. Right, my take about this whole technological possibilities. Oh yeah, the mechanical realm, right? I couldn't put everything that relates to technology and what's been hidden from us in 1.5 hour documentary, right? She know how much deep this rabbit hole go about the technology. Absolutely, it's possible, right? That these people they have shown some light phenomena there, and these people, it might be possible. Yes, this kind of technology is possible. I'm not like Dave could be right, right? But I think I don't think these people are going to spend so much resources on these people for these some YouTubers there, right? This more looks like to be a post-production shit, right? They might have gone somewhere, they might have done something, but the 24-hour sun data, scientific observation didn't happen, right? Too many loopholes, right? So in my opinion, I might be wrong. All right. I don't think they would have spent that money only for these people to show them something. All right. It's it's more kind of entertainment, scientific reality show than real science happening there. Right. Too much of fakery in everything going on. My take, right? Also the screen we could see, right? So, and there could be things happening, right? There could be 24-hour light in Antarctica in some part of the year, right? But I'm quite sure that there is no 24-hour sun going around in 360. Quite sure for that. That is the reason I wanted to share what I wanted to share today, right? So we will continue a bit, and I will.
Damn.
If you don't mind, Vika,
They
while
shut
you're
me
just figuring
down.
that part out.
I
Oh,
can't
never mind. Never mind. I didn't know you were showing a video. Go ahead.
tell you what I know, and what I know is from my father-in-law and
But related to the 24-hour sun, you wanted to mention something?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you don't mind. So I think a lot of people are, they look at our AE map, or what's called an AE projection, right? Equidistant from the equator. Now, what's happened is they're looking at a flat piece of paper and they're forgetting the 3D value and predictability value of a dome that is 3D, right? And it's very easily, if you notice in the north, between Tropic of Cancer and, this is the northern summer, that there is always going to be this pattern of an up and down kind of motion as it moves around the Earth in the upper atmosphere, and higher elevations. And then same with the south, except it goes the same distance, which would be the AE map that's flat, goes the same distance, and an up and down motion as well, like oscillating, right? So people have to put two and two together, that as these things travel, and you sped up 1 year, you would see that if done at the same time, let's say Capricorn going counterclockwise, the sun can be measured looking up. Well, as it comes around from the north meeting the south, it could be a counter rotation. And we all know what counter rotating Tauruses do and what they can show, right?
So you believe that there could be a 24-hour sun there? That's what you're saying, right?
I absolutely, I do think so, man, just because it's something that if you're modeling it through electronics or physically, it does show that there could be an actual anti-arc motion going on as the northern sun would spin around in their summer.
Cool.
Or the southern.
But all right. So yeah, there's more evidence of 24-hour daylight than about 24-hour sun, right? For sure, Joe's model replicates something, a light, more softer light reflection or refraction happening there, right? The possibilities, right? So there could be a 2 or 3 refraction happening there too, right? Possibilities are many, but what these people have tried to show us of a perfect 360 happening, it's not happening there. It's not happening. I don't know if people remember in our few of the TFE chats, I shared some videos of 24 hours, and even before these people went there, and we were speaking about a part where we were saying that the sun was not there for 3.5 hours during that 24-hour daylight. The daylight was there, right? So like these, there are many different real stuff going on, which show that there is no possibility of absolute 360 sun going around there. It's looks like it's an absolute lie, right? Sunlight might be possible. Sun, maybe 20 hours might be possible, but the sun is doing something strange there in these few hours. Why do they have the screen there?
Yeah, good point. And also, I'll land it here. We have to remember that they didn't take us to 90 degrees south. So keep that in mind. That was like 11 degrees off. So a lot could be possible in between those kind of distances, but I'll land it there.
Oh yeah. So let's
for
continue.
the MIT people I worked for. I can't say more, but it is what you're seeing in the sky is not what you think it is. I do believe it is fear propaganda, and people who are in fear are much easier to control, and a lot of it has to do with the meshing.
All right, you guys heard that. She's not speaking even about Antarctica. She's speaking about the sky right there. That what you see in the sky, you cannot trust.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And that's really all I can say. But I love listening to you guys. Love being here.
When you say the meshing of time, is that the The timelines joining or separating?
Joining, crossing.
Okay. And has that happened already? Or is it in the process?
It happens many times. It has happened many times.
Okay, but what's happening now? Are we going through it now? Or
I honestly don't know if we're going through it right now.
okay.
I'm lost on what you're talking about.
I think so as well. I think
What do you
there's a
mean?
joining of timelines.
What do you mean by that? I'm not sure what that means. Yeah. What do you guys mean?
They're separate timelines, separate dimensions as such, and the theory is because of.
So this is the thing. Like she also have signed NDA and she cannot say everything, but she was also mentioning about that the government working with this kind of technology with laser, plasma, induction or hologram or mirrors and everything, right? So they are much more advanced in these kind of technologies already. So that was a short conversation from today, right? So people are waking up. Yeah.
Vic, is this Cindy? I think her name's Holloway. She used to work for NASA.
No, Cindy
Or
was
do
here
you?
before. Cindy was here before. So just
I got you.
today. Yeah. So this is somebody else on TikTok we met today and was giving her testimony about her grandfather being bought in the Operation Paperclip, and she also worked with the government with different kind of technology relating to the plasma mirror and ball or hologram or these kind of stuff and mirrors. So yeah, just that was a testimony. So what we're trying to say was Cindy here before. I was speaking about the flatten the curve, and what I'm going to share also is something related, right? That the people are coming forward and the people want the truth, right? So before we get to that, the last thing I just wanted to show is this before we get to the main revelation part, right? Keep open mind, keep if you resonate, take it. If you don't, leave it. I might need few minutes after this clip to really lay it out for you guys to understand what it did and why it could be possible that this is absolutely fake by these people. All right. So right now, what we're going to be seeing some problem with the globe with the 24-hour sun, 3-minute clip, right? So we go ahead.
One on one arc of longitude.
The time. It's like,
oh wow, 24-hour sun in Antarctica. The sun would have to be down here, wouldn't it? The sun's all the way around Antarctica, not just one on one arc of longitude. It's light all the way around Antarctica. So when the spinning ball globe is supposed to turn a whole 360 degrees over 24 hours, there's the sunlight down the bottom of the ball. How do we get sunlight down here but no light up here at 12 a.m.? 12 a.m. in the morning, it's dark up here, anywhere up here, actually all the way up here. But we've got sun here. So on your spinning ball you have daylight and night on the one arc of longitude. And I describe this on all platforms and people are so simple they can't see it, they can't imagine it. There's the light down there. The sun has to be so low, you're never going to get daylight up here at all. So is the whole northern hemisphere in darkness? If I bring the sun up, what happens? It comes away from the Arctic. No, people are very simple. But if you understand the flat earth system and understand magnetism fully, via Ken Wheeler, Theodora Epiphasis, you get to understand magnetism, the duality. He doesn't touch too much on the duality, but the flat earth system is a dual system. We're all living in a dual system, otherwise how can you have male and female? hot and cold, up and down, in and out, down and out, up and in. No, look, the sun's way down here. So we never get light in the northern hemisphere for 6 months of the year, eh? Oh, we wouldn't even get it up here. Sun comes up, whoops, coming away. Well, if it's so bright, why isn't it lighting up the whole side of the globe? No, it's all rubbish. We have a separate sun image around Antarctica because the first state of projection is in the tropical gap, what they call the ecliptic plane, which sends out parabolic images to both hemispheres because of the shape of the toroidal field. But after the 17th of October, this image here pops into the south as well. So we have an image of the sun down here and an image in here, as well as this reflected one into the north. The ancient Egyptians know what they're doing. They left us text describing it all. The sun is in many places, but only seen in one. We can only see one image of a sun at a time. That is man, his eyeballs. Okay? So we can have a sun, one image, southerly of 66.6 degrees south, yet you move up beyond, north of 66.6 degrees, you get the image of the sun from the ecliptic plane, from the north. We're looking north. Otherwise you're looking south. There's two in the southern hemisphere at this time of the year, from the 17th of October right round to roughly 5.5 months later. Got that? Any more silly comments from you silly globies?
Oh, yeah. That's some problem. A 24-hour sun on a globe, a problem for the globers, right? The globers are defending the 24-hour sun like crazy. There are more globers attacking me in the comments when I'm trying to show the problems with the TFE and Austin and Jaron. They are like backing Austin and Jaron globers. You guys cannot imagine how much. All right, it's like, so we have not only the sleeping one flat earthers who are just blindly following this shit, even though they can see the fakery because they now don't have any other option. So we have all the other globers defending their 24 hours and defending Jaron and Austin. So they have quite a big army there. So that's great.
Yeah.
Geocentric.
Well, I'm not defending anybody. Oh, go ahead, bud.
Yeah, one moment. Geocentric, brother, jump on and give your opinion about this. What's happening? Yeah, go ahead, RG.
Okay, appreciate it. Does anyone here on the panel or anyone in the audience, maybe they could shoot us some pictures or video footage of what was happening north of the equator, preferably 23.4 degrees, off the equator going north or further, like, because I'm been curious about that, but don't know where to go. I've asked a few people, but haven't had any responses. Has anyone else seen this kind of footage? Like I was saying, because this wasn't shot at 90 degrees south, not even 80 degrees. I mean, that was a whole another degree north. So yeah, if anyone knows about that, like that would have the metadata with it, that'd be nice.
Oh yeah. So the thing is, like, apart from all the people that is they are ripping it apart, right? With the TFE, with everything, right? From every angle and everything, like there are many more proofs, right? Which just destroys. And what I'm going to show is the people have to really understand that the light phenomena might be doing really strange things, right? Just because a 360 sun under the ball fits their agenda, they want people to believe that, and even they want half of their flat earthers to believe that shit, right? So as I said, I'm in contact with this person who was in Antarctica during the same time these people were there, but in other part of Antarctica. The Antarctica is not only Chile; it's going in every direction. There are different countries who manage different bases, right? I don't know if I mentioned it here. There are supposed to be more than 250 bases, known bases from different governments, where if you have the right connections, you can go and explore up to certain degrees, right? Beyond and beyond, right? So there are people who is doing that. There are government who are allowing people to do that, right? As I have spoken to this person, there is more than like around 4 million people already living in these outskirts. It's not that they want us to believe that everything is ice. That's why I was showing before one image near Union Glacier that was having ice and land. What you're seeing on the screen right now, it's something similar, right? It's from the same person, right?
That's a nice picture.
With time, for sure, we will have more information, and I'm going to share more about it. But for right now, we could call this person HL, right? Just to give a acronym. So this is the thing. And this person being to Antarctica is going to go to Antarctica soon. So there's so much of thing happening in Antarctica that with our mind cannot even imagine what is happening with the light phenomena. What is the most worst part is that they try to sell us a 24 hours and rotating 24-hour in a circle. And looks like that's what is not happening. There is a 24-hour daylight, but the sun is doing strange things.
Well,
right?
the thing is about the wildlife. There is no wildlife in Antarctica like there is in in the North Pole. So if there was like a sun over there, if there was like the sun was acting just like he is acting in the north, there should be more wildlife. There's no animals. Where are the animals?
This is one, Sam. This is one they want us to believe there is no animals. The Monte Urbano map you see is not a cartoon. Everything represented on those maps were true animals. There are more than animals. There are patches like these, right? And there are waters which are much more warmer. There are islands, right? We will go with time in all that, right? You see behind is ice, and you have the land without the ice. You have lakes. You have warm water, right? Whatever I can share for now, I'm going to share for sure. I'm going to get more things, but this is the thing, right? The whole Antarctica trip, it looks like, is to that the people, the Globers and the flat earthers that don't stop, that they stop and just be in that imaginary prison called the Gleason's map. The Gleason's map is a imaginary prison. Be there, debate with Globers, don't try to go beyond it. Once you start go beyond it, there is the problem. That's why they made the Globers happy with their 24-hour sun. They confused the half of the community with the 24-hour sun. Everybody's happy. Nobody's going to see what is happening beyond these lands. Because on a globe, it's just a continent. But on a flat earth map, it just extends in every direction. As I'm saying, 250 bases from all different governments, right? Apart from that, Admiral Byrd, there were many other guys who have explored these lands, right? Are saying 700, 800 miles of straight lands, islands, right? Patches, right? There's so much things happening. This is the reason they don't want. I'm not saying you all to believe what I'm saying. What is it there? But that's what it looks like, right? They
You
don't
know what that
want the
looks like to me,
people.
Vika?
What?
Vika, that piece of land right there, that little peninsula reminds me of a dragon.
I was going to say the same thing about the other picture. Kind of had a dragon look.
A dragon.
Mm.
So, oh yeah, brother, this is the thing. It's crazy. It's crazy that what is happening, and I think you all have heard about something like the Antarctica is becoming green on the World Economic Forum. They have icons. They're speaking about the global weather change, right? I don't want to use the exact word because it gets flagged, right? So many things happening, many politicians going there. They're not going to see the penguins there. What do you think they're going to see the penguins there?
Going to see that head honcho that tells everybody what to do here, I think.
Oh
Not
yeah,
from a
you have to be. Yeah, go ahead, Sam.
Go ahead. Oh, I'm just thinking. I'm looking at the picture and I'm listening to you, and I'm thinking to myself from a religious perspective. This is also God's creation, Antarctica, all this land and all this thing. So I'm wondering, what's the point uh, for God to have created a land, or such a vast land, that we don't need, that we cannot reach? I'm not talking that we cannot reach it because of the, all that NASA and all that shit. I'm talking about, it's hard to get there. It's hard to live there. So what's the point? And I've been thinking, quickly like this. And in the Bible, in the Torah, we talk about the promised land. That God promises to Abraham. He says, I'm going to give you that land, but He never gives him. He promises to Isaac, to Jacob, I'm going to give you that land, but He never gives him. He never gives that land. He promised it, but He never gave it. He never gave it. So does that make a liar out of God? No. I'm saying that maybe that can refer to a wider land, maybe in the future times, that is going to reveal, because if it's so big and that there is like warm water and grass and animals, so it's a new world, and somehow that thing is going to have to come up at one point. We're going to have to use it. We're going to have to take it. So I'm
Yeah.
just saying, that's a question. If it's not this, if it's not like a promised land, or if it's not something that we're going to need or we're going to take, so what's the point into creating it? That's my question.
Yeah, because it's a control, looks like a controlled prison, brother. The controllers, the elites, have contracts with these kind of civilizations that might be living outside this land, because they want us to believe it's ice, right? This is the thing. Why was Austin saying, and Jaren was saying, the two, like, oh, this place is beautiful, but the God doesn't want you to go there. What?
Yeah.
God doesn't want you to go there. It's a beautiful place. Why? Why doesn't God want us to go there? Right? Or the controllers don't want us to go there.
That's
the
more
point.
like it.
Because even the controllers, it will be good for them, because let's say tomorrow you reveal these lands, and you put like 2 billion people, there are 3 billion people. They're going to also control the land there. They're going to control the economy. They're going to control the money. So it doesn't matter. It's going to be, it's going to just increase their power. So why don't they want that?
Oh yeah. So this is the reason they are bringing in the warming stuff and the weather thing, right? And
global warming.
looks like there are governments, especially the most powerful governments, are giving people chances to go and live and explore, but there are rules, right? This quiet hour thing is really serious thing.
Yes,
that is happening there. The quiet hour thing in all these regions of Antarctica is like really serious things, right? There's so much to this, guys. I cannot go in all the details about what is happening and what could be happening. Take what you think, leave what you don't think, right? What we are gonna trying to see is that different data coming from different places and trying to compare what is happening with this whole Antarctica and 24-hour sun. Don't believe in anything if you want, but this is the thing. There are different people, there are different entities who are working for this to happen, that the people realize that, or you just keep be in that imaginary prison with that ice wall, with the flat earth society shit, or you continue. There's a lot of truth, even when we make cartoons of the earth with the ring and with the land, looks like cartoons, but there is so much truth to it, right? The possibilities, like it's not just when the ice starts, it's just all ice. You're going to see ice, you're going to see land, you're going to see islands, you're going to see part that you cannot even go inside, right? So, yeah. So, these images are also from the same person, right? Oops. Oh, yeah.
Making a road, huh? What the fuck?
This is some part of Antarctica. They are building cities, they are building infrastructures, all the bases that you see, the old ones, many are just for the show. The real stuff is happening below. Many different governments. I don't want to even name, right? Maybe the future episode. I will share what I can.
The Nazis wanted to go there, so those people like like high rolling conspirators. If they wanted to come here, to come to the Antarctica, they had a reason, and I don't believe it's because of the whales fat that they did it. It's such a bunch of shit. They came here to find whales fat. So they're looking for something here. There is something here that they're looking for.
Was that plow moving?
Yeah.
Yeah, part of a
'Cause if
video, I
you
think.
you don't really plow with the blade straight like that in that condition. You plow with the blade on an angle so you push the snow away from you.
Hmm. They might have been rolling a big jelly donut they found. No, I'm joking, joking, but serious. There's a lot. I got about 3 hours worth of photos when they were still using the sailed ships, the big, mid to late 1800s. And, they found some things and statues and destroyed buildings, just like over here. A lot of things were destroyed, and we found some cities, basically, quote unquote. Yeah, I think it's the same thing here. That no difference. That when the big part of the water that fell out of the atmosphere and froze, I think it flash froze a lot of things. Not saying I know this for 100%, but I do have a lot of pictures before this AI stuff that they were showing, like statues that in cultures that I had never seen. So I'll try to get those over to you, Vika.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So now after this,
Not
I'm going to
only
be
that,
playing. Yeah, go ahead.
You know what else? It doesn't make a lot of sense that there's a road right next to where he's plowing, and he's trailing, and he's trailing two containers behind him. This is a weird video.
Oh, yeah, because they are been doing upside down. They're not just, they're making more clear the path, right?
I guess,
There's a
right?
lot of this is, I'm just playing little bit clip so you see that it's not just an image or something. So I'm just playing the clip so you guys see what I'm trying to share. This is nothing, right? This is nothing.
Yeah, the
right?
activity's
So,
weird more than the video. You know what I mean? The activity in the video is weird.
oh yeah, actually the building of the bases and everything, there's a lot of stuff, right? So this is just nothing. This is just for you guys to understand that what I'm trying to show, that the data is coming from different places about what could be happening with the sun. These have nothing to do with the 24-hour sun, but this I'm just showing that it's people are documenting things, right? Strange things happening in Antarctica, and there's a whole world out there, possibilities, right? Take what you think. I'm going to continue. So the next image we're going to be seeing is going to be of two bases. This is from two different bases. that the sun, see what the sun does. This is another base. You know what was that? That was a 24-hour sun. That was a 24-hour sun, and for 3.5 hours, it just disappears.
Yeah, it looks like it barely gets over the horizon there. Do you know what location this might be?
It's some of the bases. There are 250 bases, known bases from different governments. That is what's supposed a sun, a 24-hour sun time lapse, where for 3 hours, it doesn't look like it's set, but it disappears. Right now, I can just show you guys these two time lapse of the 24-hour sun. So as I get more, I'm going to share it. Take what you think. That's what it's supposed to look like. The sunlight is there. The 24-hour sunlight, sometime of the year, is there. It's even showing that sometime a sunset and sunrise can be days. For days, it can be just sun rising, and for days, it can be just setting. So the sun is doing strange things in different part of Antarctica.
Hey,
So
Vika,
a sun
if you would, dive a little bit more into that, because some people won't understand what you mean. I understand, but so basically it's
what do
not
you
going
mean?
in a circle. Like you said, for days it could be just sun rising or sun setting. So the way I understand that is it's not going completely circled around your head. It just goes along the horizon, and it takes a long time. Is that
Oh yeah,
more
and
correct?
in some places you have got like these, and in some places it's like going down for 3 hours, 4 hours. Sometimes it's just till midnight, and some another light comes for a few hours. Right? It's crazy stuff going on. As time comes, as I get more stuff, I'm gonna be sharing. But right now, these two sun time lapse. There are gonna be more, but there is no going around in 360 of a sun rise and like 24-hour sun. These people want to call us as sayers, right? There's so much strange things happening in Antarctica. They have an actual midnight sun which comes as a savior. It's for the people and explorers, that the people can find their way back, right? It just appears in midnight, stay there for a few hours moving, and just disappears, right? So
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that.
So I don't know if you guys are remembering, we mentioned that there was a possibility of 3 hours of sunset or the sun missing 3.5 hours. And now the data comes and shows, and it's not just any place, it's a base, right? It just disappears for 3 hours. Just disappears.
What about the light? Is the light gone?
No, the daylight is there. You don't see the sun disappears, but the light is there. You see?
Oh, right. Yeah. No. All right.
It's not going behind, if it's going in a straight line, how is it going to dip? Right? And see the light attenuation, how it's called. Yeah. You see? It just like, maybe it's doing some analema kind of thing, or it just, but it's not going any behind any curve or something, because you can still see the light, but then it's continue back. So the sun is doing strange phenomena, right? Even in the Enoch, it's mentioned that there might be 4 suns. Who knows? In different part of Antarctica, in places you might see 1, in some places you might be 2. One is softer, one is a stronger one. Everything is possible, right? As time goes by, we might share more things in relation to that. But for right now, it's this. I don't know. Take what you want, guys. What I'm trying to say is there is nothing going around in 316 Antarctica. This is fake as shit. These people are trying to sell us.
100%. The path of the sun has been well known, well documented for thousands of years through all the ancient civilizations. The analemma does not change. All of the constellations in the south do not change, and there's a lot more constellations in the south than in the north because it's a much larger area or a larger circuit. The time zones are, to kill the globe because there's many more time zones in the south than in the north. So everything in our observable objective reality and the path of the sun going from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn and back, that's well documented for as long as anybody wants to look into the past. So for them to come up and say, oh, look, we have a 24-hour sun, they don't have anything except fakery. They sure as hell didn't produce any kind of evidence of the axial motion or the orbital motion of the blue ball religion. They didn't prove anything. They did a 360 virtual reality cartoon of a light going through the sky that has zero confirmation from any government agency over now. And you're telling me, I didn't know there was 250 bases down there. And you're telling me none of them have a 24-hour time lapse of the sun? But the ones that we do have show exactly what we would see on a flat Earth, that it's rising there in the east, going across the sky a little bit, and then turning and going to the west, to the north. That's what the sun does. That's what every ancient civilization knew. So everything in our observable objective reality is flat and stationary, and the sun's path, the ecliptic, is well known and well established. These guys with the TFE faked it. The entire experiment is a failed experiment. It's a fake experiment. And the more we dig into this, Vika, I'm sure you're on it, and you're going to be having more things at the next podcast, I'm sure. But I mean, it's only been, what, a month and a half or something? And look how much has already come out on how fake it is. What about the next 6 weeks? What else is going to come out? So this is all dead in the water. Flat Earth continues to grow and explode. Millions more people will come to the truth of this creation, and hopefully the truth of a creator as well, and a closer connection to spirit. But wherever they lied, they're the liars. They are the pathological liars. So I'm not sure why they're lying, but it sure seems to me that they are trying to hide the truth of creation, possibly more lands and more resources and more beauty around us that we don't even know about because it's been hidden from us. But they didn't do anything except ultimately help us, because they have brought so much attention to flat Earth. It's only the sheep who want to stay asleep who are going to buy the bullshit that they are selling. The rest of us who are seeking the truth daily in our spiritual lives, in our emotional lives, in our relationships, just in every area of life, we're going to keep growing. We're going to keep learning. We don't know everything at all. There's a lot we don't know, but we are on a path of seeking and finding the truth. When we found flat Earth, hallelujah, praise God, that's good stuff. But there's more for all of us to learn, so we keep digging in, and we don't get sidetracked by a fake experiment. We don't get sidetracked by YouTube shills and known liars, people who have been attacking the truth for years and getting paid to attack the truth. We just stay focused, keep moving forward, keep sharing the truth, and we keep growing.
Oh yeah,
Well,
brother, well
amen.
said.
Yeah, very well said. Very well said. If you don't mind, Vic, I'll say this. The more information we can get as far as heights, maybe, correct.
All right, here we go.
Did I miss something? You want me to wait? You guys want to
No, go
continue
ahead,
on?
go ahead. No, go ahead. The first thing is I need opinion from the people about what they saw, right, before I continue.
Gotcha. Mhm. No doubt, no doubt. Yeah, I would love to get, where the 58 encyclopedia, they found out quick that when they talk about a ceiling to a dome in certain latitudes, that right there automatically is going to give us a head start on where to start kind of modeling. And I admit not all models can be absolute truth, but it can damn sure point us to the right direction of, if we do see certain phenomena in the sky and it's happening at X latitude and X height, maybe it'll be easier in the future, to try to figure out these positionings. And maybe we should never figure out the positioning. We might not ever be able to, not just triangulate on the sun, but, understand from me, 20 miles down the road to my son and what he's documenting, what I'm documenting. And, maybe it'll be easier as time goes by with these modelings, because from what I've already figured out, the Fibonacci mathematics is used all through nature, in our bodies. Why not the firmament? And that's why I think, if I keep studying these things, and maybe we'll, maybe I can give some good advice of mine to Joe or whoever else is wanting to model these things. But thank you guys.
Cool. Yeah. Thoughts, please. Next. Sam, Gene.
Yeah, guys, I hate to admit it, but I'm not sure what they did down there. So I guess I'm taking the road with, like what Sam was saying before, with like, okay, why are they doing it? I think I know why. They want to take as much spiritual, emotional, and physical attention from us that they can. They want our lives to be as like as torturous as they can make it through all these systems they have placed upon us. It's hard to escape them too. So this whole thing turning out to be just a big damage control effort, a little shocking. But that's cool. Yeah, who exactly is? A lot of them are involved. That's a tough one. But what do we do next? That's the ultimate question. Is really what.
Well, I tell you what, this is very simple. Very simple. We have again to get organized. We have to become a structure, because I tell you, now they use technology in order to fool us, right? With NASA, with the pictures, with the movies, with all that shit there. Now the TFE also is using technology, but it seems to me that they're running out of technology now in order to fool us. So what's next? Besides technology, how can they fool us? How can they fool people?
Because, bro, they're like 50 years more advanced than we are. So if you
it doesn't help them. They're not very successful with their 50 years, technology, because so far, they've used the technology they have in order to attempt to fool us, and it doesn't work. So I believe the next step will be to make us illegal, to make us illegitimate, to make us dangerous, to make us to say, oh, those people are dangerous, flat earthers. They can again.
Exactly, bro. They are. Just like when they go through school and they weed out these presidential people, with how many are placed since birth or whatever. But they're weeding us out as well.
So they can make so many false flag operations and saying that flat earthers were behind that. They can have they can put a bomb in the United Nations and say, oh, the flat earthers did it or whatever.
Don't use the hard word, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Please be careful. They'll fucking flag us in a heartbeat, man.
The Nazis did that. They came in power, they burned the Reichstag, and they said the communists did it in order to cancel them. So that's not something. No secret. It's very easy to do. I would do it if I was because of them instead of them. I will do that. So in order for us to be ready for that, we have to be structured, because if we fight as individuals, you have Vika here on YouTube, here I am, Benjo, this, as individuals, we cannot do shit. But as a consortium of people, like a union of people, of millions of people together, this is different. So this is what I believe we have to start working on, because in order to protect us, not just but
the thing is, bro, a lot of people are stuck living in outer space and relying on the school system and the food system, and they get all their information from these places, and that's why flat earth is a very important component, because if they could trick us to thinking we live in a completely impossible scenario, then they trick us into everything else in life. So flat Earth is like pulling the rug out from under them. They're really holding on tight to it.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Of course, flat Earth is I tell you, something is something huge. Is something we're in the middle of a big war. Something huge, 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 huge. But they're not going to stop here. It's not because they're gonna not going to stop trying to break us. And here with the TFE, I believe that again the objective is not to break the flat Earth idea or theory, is to break the flat Earth community. Because if you don't have any flat Earth community, you don't have any flat Earth theory. That's okay. It's the same thing. Destroy the people.
Oh
and
yeah,
that's
under
it.
which government the TFE was done. So it depends on the government, and there are people and entities
Well,
and organizations who wants the things out, right?
I don't know if it's governments. Governments a bunch of people thinking of themselves, corrupted people. I don't
Oh
believe.
yeah, but without them, the people who are really going out there, they cannot go it. They cannot go there,
Yeah, those are like
right? So
Government.
and as you said before, in the end is required. In the end is required because in the end is more taxes for them, more places to resource to manipulate, right? So in the end, for a longer run, they want it to happen in a way. Maybe this might be kind of a disclosure. You know what I mean? Everything is happening right now, right? The Antarctica becoming green, right? We had some leaked footage from the North Pole, from some other government, things happening. Some want, some don't want, right? Uh, Connect the dots, guys. Connect the dots.
Well,
For right
we live in
now, I
some.
can just share this. It's not just mean that it's only this. There's a lot more to this is gonna come. So that the stay tuned, people. Stay tuned for what might more be happening. What I'm trying to show right now here is what the 24-hour sun they try to show us, and what is coming out also data like this, and more is gonna come out. You see the light attenuation. You see it's very similar to how it moves in the north, right? But there's something strange happening. The quiet hours, there are many mysteries to that. There are more light phenomena happening. There are more patches, more islands, right? The magnetic fields are working in different ways from certain latitudes, right? There's a lot, much more to that. It will
Yeah,
come out, but
there's so
go
much
ahead, Sam.
knowledge. Yeah, there's so much knowledge, so much things that we have to learn, that we have to discover. But the thing is that I believe we also have to focus on how to manage all this discovery, how to manage this, because I'm already getting like an overdose of knowledge. How much knowledge can I take? I don't want to become an encyclopedia of knowledge. I don't want to know everything. I just want to start acting. I have enough knowledge now to start acting. At one point, we're going to have to fight these people. We're going to have to fight them. Gonna have to take back our world, to get structured, to go political, to take back our countries, our governments, and to our armies and our secret services, and to tear all that shit apart. Because what's the point of knowing so much that it's like, even I'm in a jail and I'm going to know everything about the jail I'm in. Okay, it's okay, but now what's the plan to escape? you know so that's
Yeah,
the
they're
thing.
telling us.
That's
Oh
the
yeah, they're
thing.
telling us in the movies. They're telling us in the games. They're telling us from every
Yes,
direction,
exactly.
right?
Exactly. They're telling us reality in the movies, and in the news it's like science fiction.
Oh
I
yeah,
know, I
take
know.
what you think, brother. Take what you all think. I'm not saying like what if you resonate, take it. If not, leave it. What I'm trying to show here is that the fakery with these people are trying to show is so fake than we all could imagine. Like it's just crazy, right? So
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, my connection was in and out. I did hear what he was saying about a strategy maybe to become more like a body, like a committee body and try to not run things, but try to brainstorm on a regular basis or something about, yeah, it may come to, emptying these buildings out, and what do they call that? I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but it's just where you work together to get these people out of office, and try to install your own
Of course.
belief system.
Yeah, but you want to, something? This reminds me of a saying from Frank Zappa, who had a bunch of great quotes about this stuff in the 70s. And the government is the entertainment division of the military-industrial complex.
Yes, of course.
It's really all it is. So, like, that's nothing we can do. They're never going to put anybody in our favor in.
Of course.
Maybe little here and there. If they feel like they have to change, they will make the change. But if they don't, they won't.
Mhm.
They
Yeah,
got the next 50 years loosely planned, the next 40 years a little tighter and tighter and tighter, and up until the next 10 years is pretty fucking close on to what they're going to do. And the next 5 are really super close. And the next year, it's flawless. They know exactly what they're going to do. And that's how it trickles in and out.
But these people are not so smart. They make themselves look big and everything. They're not that big. They're not so powerful. They're powerful because we let them be powerful. Look, the Bible, the Torah is full of examples of people that were so big and so powerful. I mean, they fell like shit. Pharaoh fell like a piece of shit, like nothing. And Nimrod also. Nimrod was all powerful at the time. And one guy, Abraham, came and just destroyed him. But we have to understand how. We have to understand the mechanisms, how to destroy those people, how to destroy these powers in place, these evil powers in place. The Bible is
Energy, frequency, and vibration, bro. This
it's
reminds
possible.
me. I really think that they destroyed the frequency and the communication between us together, us and
Communication.
the animals, and us and the plants. And if we could really communicate with our hearts to those 3 in combination, we would be able to. They would understand that we're coming from a good place, and they would help us eradicate the people who are not coming from a good place and want to do the things that are going on in this world today. That's how I would see, more like a Garden of Eden, when we're in an understanding with each other, where there's no fear between us and like alligators or we're most snakes or whatever it is. We're all here from God, guys, and I really do. I think that they took that vibrational communication out for the most part between us. And if we could get that back, we would have no problem winning.
Yeah, that's it. But you have to know who you're fighting against. We have to
Well,
know our enemies. We have to know that.
That's where the vibrational understanding would come in. We would just know if we wanted, when we needed help, the animals and the trees, nature would know that we're here for good and to prosper and to help things grow and learn and live in a peaceful world. And when things happen that are against that, the animals and the trees and the other people, we're going to know that there's something there's a disturbance in the force.
Yes, of course, but we have to understand, to identify the origin of that disturbance, to know where the problem comes from. You see, for example, most people believe that, we all brothers because we all come from Adam and Eve, and that's so wrong. That's not true at all, because when you study the basics of
Don't get hooked up. I'm not saying that's what I think it was, but the idea of it could be possible. Nobody wants to really fight, man. They got us thinking we want to fight and we can't stand people because of their sneakers. That's because of television and school. That's all.
Yeah, but who created the television and school and what for? And before that, we have books. I believe that we should study those books too, besides studying nature and studying who we are today. Because again, when you believe that we all come from the same couple, and it's not true, because again, when you study the Bible, we all come from Eve. That's okay, but some of us come from Adam and others come from that guy called the snake. So we have to understand all this, the origin of all that evil. There is an origin, there is a story, there is a reason. You
Right.
understand?
And what I'm saying is, if they took that vibration of understanding away from us, that's why we don't know who they are. And if we could
Exactly.
restore that, if we could restore that back, we would know who instinctually who they are.
Of course we can. I believe we can. And
That's
we
all I'm
should.
saying. And then we would have the animals to help keep them off our property and keep them off our land. They want to act like knuckleheads. Go somewhere else and do that. You can't do that here. And
Oh
when
yeah,
he gets
brother.
to the next place, and when he gets to the next place and tries that nonsense, they say the same thing. Listen, my dogs told me you need to get out of here. Simple
Hey,
as
let's say
that.
hello, guys. Let's say hello to Geocentric. What's up, Geocentric? What's up? We don't hear you.
Geo.
bro.
We don't hear you.
You're on mute, brother.
No, it doesn't look like he's on mute, but maybe it's not connected the
Working
mic
out, right?
because right now, but a bit low. But how you doing?
I'm good, bro. How are you guys doing? What's up, Gene?
What's up?
Gio, what's
Dude,
up, bro? Good to see you, man. Welcome back, buddy.
Good. Tired. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Your take, brother. What's happening and with all this shit?
Drama, bro, drama. Yeah, like I said, man. I mean, like I've been saying, like for a long time, man. This is Hollywood magic, movie magic. That's it. I believe it's a movie. It was a movie. It was a complete movie, with partial life editings that they edited into the full clip. That's what I personally believe. So I believe that Witsit and Jaren was in on it. I mean, Jaren's part of Behind the Curve. It's not. He was part of Behind the Curve. If you know what I mean. So it's not far fetched to do it again. That's my personal beliefs. So yeah. Don't mean to step on anybody else, but that's. I mean, I'm a 10 years old flat earther. I've seen them faking the 24-hour sun. I've seen it. I've seen all the security camera footages that were faked. They have still 12 hours only on the security camera footages in Antarctica from 10 years ago up to today. Only 12 hours. They don't show the whole 24 hours a day. And that itself actually is on Jeranism's website and on his videos. I don't know, man. It's insane. But it was a good intent to divide us. That's for sure.
Exactly.
And from all the years of all the crazy stuff that I've seen coming from Antarctica, people just think that this is just something simple that they did. It's not. It's not. That's my personal beliefs. When you go down there, you're far away from internet connection. Whatever happens down there, you're far away from humanity. They can corner you in a room and tell you that, hey man, sign your rights away or sign this MOU and we'll give you $50,000 and you'll walk away alive, or nobody's gonna hear that you fell in a ditch in Antarctica, if you understand what I mean. So yeah, that's my personal beliefs.
It's a military operation.
Say it again.
It's a military operation.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's been planned for a long time. It's not, but it badly planned, but planned.
Yeah, this is what I mean when I say government operation is the same thing, military operation. Go ahead.
Yeah, Sam. My personal opinion about California and about Lahaina, Hawaii, that burned down. It's also a military operation,
Of course.
and it's not done by the regular infantry guy, by the regular rocket launcher guy or whatever, or the Air Force guy. No, it's done by weapons that are guarded by these people, and the people that actually presses the buttons, or it's now all AI and controlled, are people that for example, the SBX-1, in my opinion, did Lahaina and did California twice. That's why I believe why they burned up to the coast and burned the boats and the yachts in the water, because that's the direction that the SBX-1 is at. I don't know if you're understanding me, but the fire started from the mountains and it goes down all the way to the ocean and it burns all the way into the waters. But going out in the waters is where SBX-1 is standing in the Pacific Ocean. So I don't want to get so far away from the subject, but it's a it's always a military operation, and the military is secretly protecting the elites, and they use these weapons to protect the elites, and it's always a military operation, especially Antarctica, in my personal view. Sorry, I kind of went off the subject a little bit, but
No,
anyways,
brother, you're doing good,
Antarctica,
man. Go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead.
not just Antarctica, is a military zone. The entire Antarctica is a military zone all over the world because the armies are protecting the area, so it's a military territory. So
Yeah. Antarctica may be a special kind of a lot of military bases there, and then there are spots in Antarctica that no one has a right to. No one does scientific experiments. No one at all, and it's for a reason probably. But back to what you were saying, sir. It's the first time I met you, so thank you for your words. Ever since the Revolutionary War, quote unquote, we were in debt to the big banks, and we already had a military established. So what they did is when we couldn't pay our debts, they wrote the second constitution, and the military ever since has occupied our states, and under the guise of they're still here to protect us. Well, they're there to also mainly to protect the interest of the elites, like he says. And I'll land the plane here. But what no one realized is that when that second constitution was written, or they kept the republic original constitution up on display so people could read it and have that false sensibility that that's what we're still under. But the secondary contract that was written were by people that were in favor of democracy. That's why we have a mixed cabinet of Democrat and Republican, and we're always fighting because people have no clue that we are under military occupation under that second constitution, and that's the truth. Yeah. So in other words, let me just say, okay, so the states, the military owns the rights to the quote unquote straw man states. Now, the physical land is just like the state of California, state of Georgia, where I live, state of Florida, but then there's also Florida state, Georgia state, California state, and that's the deception is the straw man of separate country or states within one bordered land, and then us as well. We are collateral, and we have a straw man as well. So, yeah, it's something crazy, man. But I think that's how they're pulling all this off.
They have us zoned out, right? People just cannot freely go even to any other country like this, right? Unless you have some special passport, right? So even I'll tell you and go ahead, like there are passport for these kind of people who goes to Antarctica, right? So what I shared here with this shadow thing is the footage from the same where I shared the sunset and those snow flowers, right? So just so people can have an idea, they're doing some kind of drilling and some kind of extraction. So there's a lot happening. So I don't know. People make what you want to make out of it. Yeah. What I'm trying to show here is that the shadows are not blue, right? And these are the footages of very similar to the same.
Hey, Vika, have you seen to where what they call the physical southern pole, that's somewhere right down in that area between 80 and 90 degrees negative south, is they buried these domes, and it's the biggest, it's 1 square kilometer, and it's just these advanced type of sensors. They call them sensors, but they can receive neutrinos or whatever, kind of like Aries failure. They can receive these kind of
so the
inputs.
extraction, RG,
Hold on one
RG,
second.
the extraction these people were doing was something similar. of what you
Yeah.
mentioned about
Yeah.
neutrinos.
Okay. But yeah, where I was going to land it at is that they not only can receive information, but what they're doing is they're taking that energy that these new supposedly powerful neutrinos, and they're used to project and push these energies out. And someone blamed the Christchurch, New Zealand, when they first fired up the machine. There were very, very heavy earthquakes, destroyed a lot of things, and the guy that helped install these things says yes, it all came from this machine.
Oh
I
yeah,
believe it.
it's like, yeah, they're using for some kind of technology of storing energy or retransmission or distribution and this kind of stuff. Also could be connected with right, yeah. So that what they were drilling about when I shared the other clip. So Geo, did you see this clip where I shared? This is supposed to be one of the 24-hour sun from two different bases. The sun is just going on the horizon and then just disappears for 3-4 hours.
Right. What time was that recorded?
This is what I got from 24-hour footage of sunlight where sun is behaving really strange. It's from two different bases. I'm going to be receiving more, but this is what I have. It's not going around in a circle what these people are trying to say to us.
Right. Did you see the flat Earth Banjo videos that he made about the 24-hour sun before they actually did the TFE? He made like 3 or 4 videos of it. I'm not such a big fan of flat Earth Banjo because I hate the attacks. You know, when flat earthers attack each other, I hate that. But did you see it, or any of you? Because he did. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
no,
Oh
haven't. I
yeah,
haven't
I
seen
haven't
it.
yeah,
seen
Oh,
we
any
oh,
hear
I'm
from
you.
sorry.
Banjo.
Okay. So he did some summaries of like these Brazilians that went down there and actually stepped on the soil and went all the way down south in Brazil, in Antarctica. And these scientists that are going down there and doing like research and stuff like that in December, like he showed a whole video. I watched the whole video from start to finish, and also he had links posted that directs you to their research paper and all that from what all the data that they collected in Antarctica. None of it. The video, the text in the website, none of it talks about a 24-hour sun. None of it. And that's just one. He has like 3 or 4 videos that he put together about that. Yeah, Banjo's a good guy, but
But
he
do
has
you
some.
see in the image the sun is traveling in a straight
Yeah,
line and then just disappears and then just continue, but it
right.
doesn't set or something. It just disappears. The light is still there.
Yeah, right.
Can you go into a little bit more depth of the banjo video you were speaking of, if
No, it was
you don't
just
mind?
yeah, no problem, man. It was just like a group of like I think it was 4 or 5 scientists or something like that, and they took a pickup and they had like a small camper that they hauled with the pickup. They never showed of a crazy weather down there like they talk about so much. You know that Antarctica is crazy for you to go down there. You know the videos that you see pop up on like TikTok. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but some of them open the doors and it's like I don't know 100 miles per hour winds and stuff like that, and it's super crazy cold and this and that, blah blah blah, yada yada, and we see something else when we actually see footages not from coming from
Mm,
Americans or whatever.
yeah.
Not hey man, to be from just real and honest for you for a second, man. I do talk like very blunt and forward, but I don't. I hate governments. I don't hate people. I don't hate Americans. I don't hate Spanish community. I don't hate nobody. It's just it's crazy, and we got to talk about it because if we don't, like, people are gonna be fooled like over and over and over again. But Banjo, he just check it out. I want to see if I can like pick up the video again, and I can put a link on it, and maybe Vika can drop it in the chat. That would be awesome. Um,
Oh yeah, I don't know. I cannot screen share any website. If you want to screen share something, let me know. Right?
yeah.
I'm not saying the people to believe what I've shown here. Make up your mind. All I can say is that this is not from any U.S. government base. That what I can show you guys that. Right?
Yeah, this almost looks like a oil rig. Kind of looks like a lot of pipes and 90-degree turns there when on the right side of the picture. Yeah, I'll try to find a link. Vika, yeah, you were speaking of you may show some things. There's something called a frequency fence. Has anyone ever heard those terms? It's kind of like a Faraday cage, but with a top over it as well.
Never.
Never. Okay. So what was happening one time? This guy does a lot of research on flat Earth, and using Google Earth and trying to come down from the top and notice either irregularities or stuff that looks geometrically like perfect, like symmetrical. Well, where Union Glacier Bay was, where they went, if you were looking south, right from that spot, and then on your left side, about I want to say less than 400 or 500 miles away from where they were camped, there's a place that the frequency fence went down, and only for like 3 or 4 days it showed these huge cities, and you can even place a man there and move him around and move his vision around, and it just looked like a huge mining town. Is what it reminded me of. And I'll be blessed to find that link and try to get it to Vika here.
Interesting, man.
Yeah, but then then a few days later, the frequency fence, I guess, went back up, and you could no longer find it. So that was
Yeah.
kind of weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Vika, I know you have a lot of information about this, but RG, since I spoke a lot in the past with Gene and Vika, and we speak a lot about like the Monte Urbano map. I don't know if you've seen the Monte Urbano map. I'm pretty sure Sam did. I've seen some of your videos, Sam. By the way, really good videos, man. The Monte Urbano map. The Monte Urbano maps. A lot of people get it mistaken.
Yeah,
There's a
brother.
name.
I was mentioning Geo. I was mentioning about the Monte Urbano map and also connects with this because that's the extra lands they're showing is just that type of ice ring and a little bit of extra land, but this just goes and spread out. The animals shown on the Monte Urbano map resides in these lands. Giants. There's so much thing going on, guys.
Hey,
It's
Vika,
crazy.
listen to this, man. Where do you find the weirdest animals on Earth? The biggest.
Oh yeah, you gonna about the animal thing related to all this. I'm gonna be sharing in the future. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not saying that all the we've dug into this map, and like I said, like I told you, there's this friend that went to the actual university that did the map, that did the Monte Urbano map, and actually got the book. I told you this, right? He got the book, and he did a video of like an hour and a half, and they allowed him to sit down and review the whole Monte Urbano book, because the map that you see is a digital version that they took out from this book, but there's more pages to that book, a lot more pages. It was like 170 pages in that book. And if you see the map and you see it digitally, you see like there's four white squares around, I think it's the 30th south or the 40th south. And when you see it in the book, you actually see that there was the first square in the book. They did a really good job at trying to remove the information from that area and place a paper in the back and act like it wasn't removed. But I feel like they got lazy on the other three squares, that they just cut it out and left it open. And if you see the Monte Urbano map itself, you look at the center where there's the north, the um, Rupes Negras, whatever you want to call it. there's a compass symbol right in the center there, placed on Monte Urbano's writings.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? You think he's gonna do like he's gonna leave data for whoever he made this map for? Because I don't believe that he did it himself. I believe he had major funding to pay these 24 groups of sailors, master sailors, to go sail out and actually, in my opinion, every hour, 20, the Earth is 24 hours, and every hour they sent, in my opinion, one sailor down south, down south, down south, down south, because they're from Europe, right? Italia, they go south. All the sailors they go south all the way, and they explore the map. Only 100 years after Christopher Columbus map, they have the whole Earth mapped. And what I wanted to say a while ago is that beyond around the southern 80th and the 90th, this to me gets very critical, because if you look at the name of the ocean that's in the 80th to the 90th,
And
beyond.
the kings and all the repartition of the pie,
Yes,
brother. We all went into all this, right?
yes, yes, but my this main point is that the ocean is called Giaciato. Um, Giaciato. If anybody remembers, it's called Giaciato something sur. Giaciato something sur. What it reads is, and then you translate it from Italian to English, it's frozen ocean. And this is something that I think a lot of people didn't translate correctly, or didn't or went over this and didn't even process this. So in my opinion, the sailors that were trying to discover the Earth couldn't go any further because their ships, their wooden ships, are not gonna make it, because it's gonna be frozen and harder. It's going to get harder and harder and harder. They're not going to make it. And I think that that's when the age of these airships started, right? 1957 and beyond. And then there was a time that they realized that, hey, this can't happen anymore, because we can't have you guys communicating with our guys over here outside of the 90th. And
Exactly.
they trashed
Exactly.
all history and they blocked everything.
Oh yeah,
I,
even the Japanese map, Geo, the Japanese map. Remember that from the old
yeah,
newspaper, Japanese map.
yeah,
That have so
yeah,
much
black and white.
reality to it. Exactly. Like people are might to thinking that Antarctica might be like an ice wall, or even if it's extra terra, that is going to be like a ring around. Could be, but it's also possible that it's just continents and islands and continents going, and some might be habitable and looks like, and some not. And there are mixtures of lands too. Of we even saw, I shared before, some place near Union Glacier. The whole thing is with ice, and then you have this place there is no ice. So there are many places out there where things are not working, right? They don't want people to go all out too, right? They are letting people explore somewhat in a controlled manner, right? One example I wanted to give about the animal, for example, in Monte Urbano, you can see in the south near Chile, there's a huge bird there, right?
Yeah.
And there are
Yep.
there are
Yep.
giants on the left near Chile, right? There were many explorers who were going there. So that bird, that huge bird, is called Argentavis because it was very near to Argentina. That's the name
Hmm.
of the species. These birds were like 6-7 meters, right?
What?
And
What?
it's there
What?
on the Monte Urbano also, right? So there's a lot of flora, fauna, and many things happening out there. There are restricted zone in that kind of uh, areas also. Some places you are allowed, some places you are not allowed. Looks like there's a lot of uh, contact between the controllers and the people might be living beyond these places, right? The technology they have, they look like they are also in a way controlling our controllers, the elite, right? This all sounds very sci-fi, but this is what it looks like. I'm gonna share more videos and images and more stuff with the sun too. But yeah, it's just out there. Not all the controllers want everything under the table or under the carpet. There are that the people that they want these things out so that the people understand, right? Maybe in 30 years this treaty is not there anymore.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, man. And I just want to mention one more thing, and yeah, I'll shut up for a while. um, so beyond the 80th and the 90th, you find this ocean, and I'm just glossing around the map right now. It says Oceano Australis Giaciato. So a lot of people confuse Australe with Australia. But if you translate Italian Australe to English, it's southern, and it's named
Oh yeah,
Oceano
like
Australe
a portal.
Giaciato. Yeah, Giaciato. So that's frozen southern ocean. Take this map and 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 look at the Gleason's map, and look at the December solstice, and look at the second sentence that reads on the December solstice. It states, "There is no sunlight beyond the 80th, but unknown regions of ice." If there's no sunlight, there's going to be ice. And if there's water, that ice is going to be frozen.
Yeah, but this is what we think, that it's all ice there, and that the sun is only possible on in our Gleason map, right? The sun, the electromagnetic fields are doing more than we can understand on these lands, right? You could be just literally in between of somewhere of this extra land between the ice and have a total oasis right there, right? Because the electromagnetic fields playing in a way that the sun could behave in a way that there are places which could sustain life, right? As I said on my TikTok live too, right? According to all these things coming out, there are more than 4 million people already living
Hmm.
in these islands and in those extra places, control zones, right? Also, in a way, because there's limits to that
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
There,
Well,
and no
yeah,
contact. Yeah, majority, but some, yeah.
yeah. In my opinion, man, there's another area like I'm with the Terra Infinita map. I believe that there's another area with another North Pole, with another magnetic mountain that makes all of this happen. There's another sun, there's another moon, there's life out there. That's what I believe. But we have controllers, and these controllers are in contact with the other controllers. And
The
I
main
believe,
controllers, right? The
yeah,
main
the main
controllers.
controllers. I believe that they communicate with each other, and they have treaties with each other, and they're there to for fulfill the treaty, because on the Monte Urbano map itself, as you know yourself, Vika, it states on Antarctica, on the shoreline of
They're
Antarctica,
gonna
the one
screw
that,
them. Yeah.
yeah, that nobody, people from this area in Antarctica don't wanna do business with you people. And they were talking about the Italians, the Europeans that are there. Well, there weren't. I don't know if they were Europeans there. It was the people that made the map were Italians. So they didn't want communication, trade, idolatry with the people from that made this map. And it states clearly that they don't want to do business with them, from people that was living in Antarctica from 1957. So 1578, sorry, 1578, 500 years ago, they already were establishing treaties, rules, and laws not to communicate with us, from these people that are living in Antarctica and beyond Southern, you know? Yeah. Yeah,
Oh
I'm pretty
yeah.
sure you read that part, right?
Oh yeah. We went in there in
Yeah, yeah,
deep,
yeah.
and also about those
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
main countries who were uh, having those control 500 years ago, right? This is not a
Hmm.
new thing. The Antarctica Treaty is not a new thing. right? They are controlling these lands from a very long time. I know many people have a hard time going beyond the ice wall. They prefer to stay in the prison.
Wait, oh,
No one is
that's
stopping anybody. Be in the prisons, keep debating with the globers, right? And this is what the Earth is, and there the globe, the dome ends, right? It's no different than a globe where you're gonna
Yep,
spin and come back to the same place, right? This is the
I
whole.
agree with
I
that a
think
hundred
this is the
percent.
whole TFE shit all about. Everybody's happy, everybody's confused. Nobody's gonna research what is beyond, right?
Yep.
Don't
wait,
go there. It's beautiful, but the God doesn't want you to go there.
just a second. If I understand correctly, you're saying that like 500 years ago there were people in Antarctica, according to some records.
On
Yeah.
the Monte Urbano map, I think it's south of India. There's a writing in Italian that says, um, of course, this is how you imagine it happened, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
They sent Monte Urbano or this was a pretty long time ago. I don't remember the
It's
the
okay. It's
person,
okay.
the family that I believe that paid for all of this. It's a very Vika. Do you remember? Did you talk about? Did you ever thought about who who could have put in all the money to make the Monte Urbano map happen?
The medicine, Medici, or
Yes,
maybe.
the Medici family. Exactly. That I believe that too because
It's
they had
the
this.
Rothschild. It's a Rothschild of the of their time. Yeah.
Exactly, my friend. Man, I don't even know you, and you have the same conclusion that I have.
Well,
That
but it's
that's crazy.
there's something important because now I'm just connecting the dots. If you're saying that at one point there was a possibility that there were people, living in Antarctica, wherever in Antarctica. Well, we know also that there were people that disappeared from South America at the same time, like the
Many races.
Incas and the Aztecs.
Man,
Exactly. And many
I'm
races.
I'm not gonna hold you
People
in
are
doubt,
still
man.
believe.
I'm just gonna show you. Sorry, go ahead,
Oh yeah,
Vika.
people are still disappearing a lot, even to this day. Like
you know and but people living in Antarctica today, that we say that they're doing like research. I don't know if it's research really. It reminds me the archaeological society, like in Egypt you have like some circles of people controlling archaeology. And but actually they're not just like there for and discovering things. They're just there to cover up things.
Oh yeah.
You understand? So maybe those people are also there to cover up things, or maybe they're working on projects. I don't know if you say that there were some people living there. Maybe they're trying to create a new race of people. What you have there's no limit to what those people
oh yeah,
can
absolutely,
do.
Sam.
This is
Absolutely.
it's not research. I don't mean that like researching like chemicals or whatever, gold or some shit. That's bullshit. They're doing like some dark shit, like hardcore dark shit.
Sam, I want you to see a video, and I want you to see the whole freaking video. I know there
Go
are a
ahead.
lot of long videos.
Send it to the chat, to the private
Yes.
chat.
So just like I was saying a while ago, there is a friend of us on YouTube that actually went to the university that put the map together digitally, and he went into the museum and he got access to look at the book for like an hour, and he recorded. He sat down on the table and he recorded everything with his camera. He went, he showed the holes through the pages. He found out that behind the map there was a weird stamp behind all the pages. And this stamp, we talked about it one day, we broke it down, and I could have sworn it was the Iron Order. And the Iron Order is heavily linked to Hitler.
Yes, yeah, of course. And even
Yeah.
and the Catholic Church also has the same shit.
I might be wrong, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah,
like this,
yeah,
and
yeah,
on the side it's like that, and on
yeah,
the
yeah,
top it's like this,
yeah, yeah.
and yeah. But it was kind of like one of their first designs, because it looked like it was a weak they did everything hand drawn back then, and it could have been like the first symbols of the Iron Order. And let me show you that Vic, if I may share.
Yeah. Send it. Yeah. Yeah, this is the thing. Professor Rakia on TikTok also have amazing maps, right?
Oh yeah.
Excellent maps, all right? And some of the maps can cost you around $300,000 or up to
Yep.
$750,000. Maps with really detailed about the lands, right? The people but don't want to look to it. I know that there are some people not want to believe in the extra land because the Bible didn't say or whatever. But
No,
if you
the
remember, if oh
Bible
yeah,
says
if
it.
you remember, sorry,
The Bible mentions that. You kidding me? They
exactly, and
mention also
even
if
oh
you
yeah, and
understand
Joe,
the original writings, of course, it is mentioned there is other lands and also an ancient civilization before ours, like six
exactly,
thousand years ago. It's clearly mentioned all over the place. I can show you this. Of course, now we don't know the maps and we don't know It's very you have to deduct things from between the lines, but it's there. It's 100%, of course. That's
exactly. The people have to have an open mind with this, right? As I was mentioning, even Joe Henry mentions that there's some Bible words that he always mentions about the sun reaching the places. I don't exactly remember the words, but he says a lot, right? So we have to be open, right? There are so many maps like these ancient maps in detail. I'm telling you, it's even we can't even buy it or even think of buying it in
Yeah.
Arabic. It's freaking crazy expensive. Geo will tell you all how expensive some of these maps are,
Yeah.
right?
I like Rakia. I like him a lot, man. He's a good guy.
Oh yeah, shout out to Rakia.
Yeah, man. So Sam, check this out.
Go
So I'm
ahead.
gonna show it. I'm gonna show it from the start, right? So
Yep.
you flip it 2 times. So what I did is just flipping the
Okay.
map,
Okay.
and this is India right here, right?
Okay.
You zoom in,
All right.
and where it says New Guinea or Guinea, which is kind of weird because we know that New Guinea is above Australia, right? But we know that this is Antarctica
Okay.
for sure.
Oh
But
yeah, some part that we call Antarctica,
Okay.
right? There's information.
I can read in Italian. It's the
yeah,
people
I know.
living in this country. Loro, they
Zoom in
came here
more,
for,
zoom
for
in more,
gold, for gold and
zoom in
questo.
more, Geo.
No, I see. And
Yeah,
proibito
there.
no. They are like
They say
pagan
that
people.
they are idolatries. They call, right?
Do you see my mouse? No, you don't see my mouse. Do you see my mouse now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Proibito, it's forbidden.
And there's
Yep.
lot
Yep.
to make
They will
commerce. It says it's forbidden to make commerce with these people.
yeah, because
Adultery.
they're like pagans.
Comercio.
Oh yeah, if you want, you can zoom out. You can zoom out. Just go to near where is Chile.
And it says paesi, which means it's the countries also. It's not possibly lands. So
Say it again.
they were like paesi. It's also a country, not just like a land. So it could be like some kind of a structure, like a kingdom or something. People who were
Yeah.
like organized.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm
In
talking
Yandex
about.
is there. You can see how it's like divided into different kingdoms.
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah.
go to the Chilean part?
Chilean.
Yeah, South America.
I'm gonna flip it.
Zoom in. Yeah, you see that bird there?
Oh yeah.
It's right there. Yeah. Yeah, these birds. Like
So
huge birds.
So
Fucking
Vika,
taking a pill, taking an elephant. What the fuck?
Sam, where
Yeah,
are you from?
huge birds, dude. Huge birds. Yeah.
I'm
Go
from France
ahead.
originally. I was born in France, but I live in Israel.
Okay, so you're not from South America, but do you know the condor?
Yes, of course. It's the biggest bird
Where do you find the condor?
in South America, just in
Yes.
Chile and all those places. Yes.
Where do you find the biggest animals like the elephant and all of that?
This I don't know.
South,
Elephant
South Africa, Africa,
Africa.
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Where is that freaking weird animal that could fight with you and looks like a person that could stand up like taller than you? Oh my God, I forgot the name of this animal.
Kangaroo?
Yes, where is it from?
Australia, of course.
Australia.
Australia.
South. The biggest animals, of course, there are some bears that are in the north, but these are big animals and they're from the south. We have big animals like this, like the condor. Maybe Vika, you guys don't know about the condor, but just look
Yeah,
it up.
condors like they stand
Oh
high
yeah.
like
Oh yeah.
like
For sure.
1.8 meters like high, like when they walk. Oh, shit.
Yes.
Then there's
So
another
So
bird
what
if
if,
around if you go around Chile, you're gonna see more birds go down, or even the giants. And go ahead,
yeah,
what you were saying,
yeah, I'm just trying to
Gio.
ask
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a quick question. Why do you think, Gio, maybe that in the South, closer to, getting close to 70, 80 degrees south, that things are bigger? And then also, is this prior to, and this is for everybody, rhetorical question kind of, is this prior to a major reset? Think about that.
It
Oh,
could
air
be.
pressure.
Could be, yeah, could be, because if you see north of Africa, it's shown green, and now it's Sahara, and this map is not supposed to be more. It's from 14 or 1500s, right? So it's not that long. So could be a reset.
Yeah. Yeah. History could be so faked.
Of course, everything is fake.
Could be
Could be so
in
fake.
quotes. Nah, you know what?
Everything
Cannot
And
be
if
more fake than the TFE, but yeah.
TFE is so
Go
fake
ahead.
it doesn't exist. I don't even know that shit exists.
hey guys, I think that if these floods are cyclical, that could be why these organizations spend so much effort in looking into the stars, because stars don't shift positions. We know that, right? But if one or two of them happen to shift position, that could be a signal, right? That some kind of an event is coming. I
Oh
theorize
yeah.
on that a lot, but I think it makes pretty good sense.
Oh yeah,
But
brother, you said it. Oh yeah, you remember we spoke about Gobekli Tepe, and I was mentioning this today on TikTok too. The Gobekli
Oh,
Tepe was like a time machine,
hmm,
right? The same like the Antikythera mechanism, the Stonehenge, and the Gobekli Tepe in Turkey was like
in
a
Turkey, yeah.
calendar timekeeping device. Everything was cyclical, so it was almost like a time machine, because they knew what is going to be repeated in few 50, 70, 80, 90 years. And it was destroyed. Like, why was it under the, like, they covered it purposely, that time machine, because the
I know.
stars repeat themselves. Absolutely, brother.
That's the funniest thing. They said that the people who built Göbekli Tepe, before they left, they buried it. And I remember hearing that long time ago too. Before I was aware of the flat Earth, and I just thought that was pretty funny.
Oh yeah, we know now what it is, like a time machine. Yeah, go ahead. Who was it?
Oh, I was just going to ask, do you guys think, I mean, the first time I seen this map, and I'm pretty sure, almost 100% sure that later down the road, I started hearing other videos and watching other, like archaeologists or chronologists theorize that there were big parts of this map that were missing or either rearranged. And a lot of times when these lines are connecting, you can see that something's up. Like it doesn't look quite right. Is that, am I reaching too far, or
Oh
what's
no,
your thoughts
man.
on that?
Oh no, brother. Have you seen the the actual video of the professor that has put all this work together in the university?
That may have been who I watched a while back. Is it pretty old? More than like 8 to 10 years old?
No, it's not, because the map was done in 2018. It was published in 2018. It's not old. It published digitally in 2018. The book of Monte Urbano was always there. It's just that we got to it because they put it on the internet, right? But if you see that video, I'm gonna post the link now to all of these right now. I'm looking for the links right now. You see that every single person in the commentary section is against what the professor was trying to say. Look at all the comments, bro. Look at all the comments, and everybody's saying that Monte Urbano is not stupid. He made the map as it is. And in my personal opinion, my man, those times back then, if you're getting paid in gold or whatever by a king, like someone like the Medici family, right? And they're paying you to actually get information, and you come back and you give them like bad information, and they verified that it was completely wrong. They're not. This is not. This is not these times. This is back then. They will take your head off, and that's it. That's it. That, that's how it works back then. None of these people are you're telling me that 24 sailors got the information wrong in the Southern Ring? That's unbelievable. I don't think so. I don't believe that that happened back then. I don't believe that these 24 sailors got that information wrong in the Southern Hemisphere,
Right.
in the
Mhm.
outer ring of the map. I don't think so.
But
Yeah,
You know what I
I
mean?
agree. I agree. I agree. There's a lot of information that, according to other maps as well, do describe what we're seeing, like with different animals or giants. I think I don't think they thought anything of it like we do now. Like, wow, there were giants. Like we're more impressed than what the normality would be, right? And did all of these pictures? I'm pretty sure if I heard right with the way they studied it and put it together, it's like 10 foot by 10 foot.
Yeah.
And all of the pictures, did they make it onto this map? Do you know that were
So
coming
so
from the book?
so the book is not the actual 10 foot by 10 foot map. It's just a smaller version of it, because the book is is closed this big. Okay,
Yeah,
but
Vladimir. Yeah, Gio. Vladimir went there to the center and he
that's the
saw the
guy I'm
map.
talking.
Vladimir.
Yeah. That's the guy I'm
Vlad.
talking
Yeah.
about. Yeah. Vlad.
Yeah.
Ironwork 942 whatever.
Yeah.
yeah,
92,000.
92,000.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking for the video right now, and he has a lot of videos, so bear with me. But go
All
ahead.
right. RG, I'll just add you back in a few minutes. Yep.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thank you.
My question is this:
Yeah,
is
I'll just add you back.
why did they have to make maps at the time? Because most people didn't give a shit about maps. People were like starving. What do they? Why make maps? Who needs maps?
You
Only the
wanna?
powers, only the kings, only the establishment. Who needs
Yeah,
maps?
but think about this. 100 years before this map, there was Christopher Columbus map. Christopher Columbus map is a portion of the Caribbean, a portion of South America, and a portion of Western Europe. Only in 100 years we have the second son of Christopher Columbus that joins this Monte Urbano map guy with Medici family, in our opinion, that made this map that has the whole thing. So you're asking why these people want this? In my opinion, is that they want to know what's out there, and that's it.
Who wants to know? Who wants to know? The kings that financed the operation,
Medici,
the
Oh, yeah.
Medicis.
that is
Uh,
highly
uh,
connected to other families, that wants to know what's actually going on and where they live. Only in 2025, people don't fucking care where they live at. You know what I mean? They just want to get money, and that's it. You know what I mean? They
Yeah.
don't care if the Earth's a globe and it's floating in space, or if it's flat. They don't
Because
care. You know what I mean?
I know, but the history of America, I know that it's not, of course, Columbus that discovered America. It's a Viking,
Of
like
course not. Yeah.
a Viking, like in the year 1000, I think. It's called Ericsson, I think, and he discovered part of the Greenland and Canada. The thing is that that Viking was a missionary, was a Catholic Viking, son of a king and close to the Pope at the time. That means that at the time the Vatican knew about the existence of these lands of the Northern America, at least, if not more. But anyhow, in all the maps they were producing, they hid that for like 500 years. In all their maps, Americas did not appear until 500 years later.
Yeah,
So there
brother,
is a will. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So there
Finish.
is a desire for them to hide,
Yep.
the maps of the world, not to diffuse it at the time. Talking about that period of time. So now, what happened that suddenly, people want to know and diffuse maps? Maybe, maybe to fool people. Maybe there is part of the truth in those maps. Maybe it's also part fake. I don't know. I'm just asking. It doesn't look for me fake, but anyways. I'm
Oh
just
yeah,
asking the question.
I think Gleason is copied from this map too, right? And speaking about the map, there's one map that not many people know, right? The town I live in, right, is one of the town where the supposed Christopher Columbus left for the Americas. Okay, so there's a map made by the cartographer of Mr. So-called Christopher Columbus that they have the replica here in the town hall, and also the replica of the ship, right? So that map is the world map, and it's a flat map. It's one of the most old map too, from 1400s, made by the cartographer of Mr. Christopher Columbus. Right? When we'll have a chance, I'll try to get that map
Yeah, please do.
image so we can. Yeah, the
Hey,
cartographer's name is Juan de la Casa.
Oh, never heard
Hey
of that.
guys,
Hey, let's
Just
say hello to SD. Let's say hello
how
to
are you?
SD.
Hey,
Good SD, how you
Namaste,
doing?
namaste, and good evening to everyone, whoever you are. Right? Thank you, Vika, for letting me in. Gene Edit or Aloha from Florida, and everybody else.
Yeah,
So I
aloha.
just wanted to add. I just wanted to add a little bit point on it too. Just like I'm from Nepal, by the way, if you guys don't know. So my native language is called Nepali, which is a Devanagari script. So we have when we have a ritualistic thing going on in the family or in the culture. So they say the whole thing is Jumbo Dvipe. That means the Asia continent. Dvipe means the continent. Bharata Khande. So that means the map that you're pointing at is just a section of Earth. So there's something called the mantras in the back old days in the tradition. If you go to Buddhist, if you go to Sanskrit, if you go to Pali, and because I come from a mixed culture, sometimes I can translate the words what they're trying to tell. So what the most of the mantras are telling us is like we are in a continent. Like all of the Buddhist scriptures and all of the Sanskrit scriptures, all they tell is like Jumbo Dvipe is, let's say we named it Asia today, okay? Jumbo Dvipe is just Asia. So we were restricted. I think there was a restriction from a travel, maybe in this 200 or 300 years, where people could not leave the continent. If I'm making any sense to you guys,
Oh yeah,
because
oh yeah, I hear you. That's
because there
crazy.
should be a cultural restriction or you have religious belief that you cannot leave this area, or the Gujiman is going to come, or something bad is going to happen, or there's going to be something wrong in your family. So there is a
yeah.
superstition.
So you're saying that your religion, there was a time that your religion created this fear.
Culture. there was a culture. It's not a religion, culture, let's say.
The culture created a fear against you leaving the area.
Leaving
or
the
a certain.
area,
And
specific
so
area.
what year was this? Maybe when did this start? If you have any clue.
In my perspective, it's not more than 200 to 300 years. Because why would I say that? Is because all of the maps, all of the scriptural books, and everything that was colonized from India, specifically India, the country that we call India, never existed before 100 years ago. So there were people living in cultural harmony with their religious belief. So there was no governing factor back then. Remember, just like us right now, we live in a government factor. The factor, that entity that governs is a government. So there was no government. So for me, what I would say is maybe Freemason is much older than we think.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Freemason were all over the place, which
Oh,
we
yeah.
don't know about. And what they did, in my perspective, this is my perspective, what they did was because Freemason are bilingual. They know much more different culture. They put their person in our culture to understand what they're trying to say. So they might have changed or you know done something with the manuscript. They hide all the original manuscript, the one that authentic one in the Vatican and Europe and whichever the power that were or burned down. And they had given us this, Vika might know. In India, there's a word called Bhugol. Okay, goal can be spheroid and a circle. In the wordplay, a goal in Hindi can both be said as a circle and as a spheroid, as an earth. So they might have changed the wording. You know how the
Yeah,
meaning
brother,
changes.
absolutely. SD. They have
Yes.
contaminated most of the scriptures, right? Any scripture they have made the twist to make it look like a globe, and no scriptures is free from that. But we have to agree that the Vedic cosmology goes in much more detail, like as you said, Jambu Dvipa, which is supposed to be really close to the North Pole, right? So
Yep.
the extra lands towards the North Pole, the extra lands beyond, and the extra seas, it goes so much in detail that it mentions the kind of races, the kingdoms, their heritage. Our mind cannot grasp how much detail is there about what exists only on this
Yep.
plane.
Yep. Because look in this way: Gandharva, Kindarva, Nag, Daitya, Manushya Adi. So in Hindi, if I will translate little by little as much as I can. So Gandharva are like the celestial musicians. Okay, those are maybe the civilization or culture which are much more melodic. Melody, singing, dancing. Enjoying the life. Kindarva are much more like not dancers, but much more into naturopath. And Naga, that what we all the conspiracy theory are going all a reptilian race, safe shifting race. So Naga directly translated as a snake or a cobra, Naga. So they have a specific word in our scripture. They say we are Manushya means man means a mind, Nishya means one who dwells in the mind. So we are human beings. So there are other species or other beings just like us. I mean, just like us, which might have, let's say, different operating system. The way I operate as today from my language and my indoctrination from my childhood gives me a personality and an individuality. What if there are other just like us, and they have been programmed and they have been living with us in this plane of existence, but they were called a different races, different race
Yeah.
altogether,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Absolute. Before we continue, SD, before we continue, just quick shout out to our brother Ironworks, who was we were mentioning right before. He's right there in the chat. Thank you for the
Oh,
super chat, brother. He
Ironwork.
says, "That's my map right
Good
there,
name.
fam. Come up and join us, our brother." Oh yeah, the details about all these races and the possibilities is endless, right? The first intra world in the Vedic cosmology is called Atala. Atala is almost like Atlantic, right? It's the same word. So yeah,
The bottommost.
it's
Atala means the bottommost, the bottom.
oh yeah. So anyway, guys, I think this is what I have for today here to share. We are already 3.5 hours for sure. We can uh, go for many few hours, but I think it's all good so that the people who want to check it out, it's not very long. We will say hello to Ironworks quick and yeah, and we will have our last thoughts. So before I add Ironwork, anybody wants to say a last thought so I can add?
I I just wanna add the yeah, Vlad, I was just talking about your video, man. I just popped in the chat the link to the video, Sam, if you want to check it out, is the last link that's in the chat.
Where is it? Oh, in the chat you put it.
In the
Okay.
chat, in the YouTube chat, yeah,
Okay.
it's the Vlad video of when he went into the university and actually checked out the whole book of Monte Urbano. Man,
Okay.
it's interesting, bro. Check it out. Everybody else, check it out.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, brother. Thanks for passing by, and yep, we are here to discover more.
I had two other links that I had to share. Oh, anybody want to say something before I'm just in the chat. I'm gonna put also the university professor that posted about the Monte Urbano map, and I'll end it there. You guys can continue. I'll post the last link in the chat about that.
Uh, just one thing to say to SD. You know, talked about like text that might have been modified and everything. That's 100%. But you know, we Jews in Judaism, we know also by tradition that in Noah's Ark, you know, they took books from back then. That means that you have to understand that before the flood, people were also writing books. Not everybody, because it was a special art, special science, but there were books that were written. And when you think about it, you know, Adam, you know, if he named all the animals and named all the plants and everything, so of course he had to write them down. So you have like maybe hundreds, maybe thousands of books that come from that, you know, from that time there that still have to be rediscovered or uncovered. But we know that some of the books, you know, were taken into the ark and they were stolen then by you know, the son of well, we're not going to get into that, but you know, those people in front of us, you know, have books. Those Freemasons or all these people, they might have books that we don't have, the books that have been
They,
stolen like a long time ago. You understand?
bro, we've mentioned a couple times here and there about books that were stolen and that would make the libraries of Alexandria look like playland, right?
Exactly.
They
And
have 1,500 like massive books on technology alone, bro. That and who knows what could have been in those books.
well,
And
the thing
you
is,
know, I don't think they destroy them. They might destroy like
no,
the facility, but they swipe everything. They just take it all and then they call it like a book burning. But you know what? In the age of information right now, this is probably the biggest book burning the world might have ever seen.
of course.
Gene, now they just execute an algorithm and they'll take something
Yeah.
out completely from the internet.
And there's another thing, Sam, just to address you in the Vedic cosmology, or let's say in the Indo, Nepal, China, and Tibet area, we have the same story as Noah, but we call it Matsya Avatar. So it's the same thing, same story.
Yeah,
There's
of
like
course,
a
of course.
huge flood. It's
Everybody
the
has
same story,
inversion.
little bit different versions. So they have made the
Yeah,
character to the Manu would be the first human, and you had the Adam and Eve would be the first human. But if you just
everybody has
take
his
a look
version.
right there, you're gonna be like, okay, Abraham, Brahman. Just add A on it. It's Abraham. Okay, just
Yeah,
A,
of course,
and you,
Brahma, of
yeah,
course.
yeah. So it's pretty close. You know, we can get together there.
Yeah, 100%. I know.
But 90% of time, brother, even if I guess I'm the youngest over here, so I might not know much like you guys did, right? So if I go back to my own country and to go back to my own people and say, okay, look, this is how they have treated us for 300 years, and we have been colonized, whether you like it or not. And I'm gonna be in jail.
SD, I know Nepal has a lot of like history and stuff like that.
Yep.
Like I'm from Aruba. I'm from a small island. We have no history.
Okay.
We do go to like Colombia, me and my girlfriend, and we travel and we visit like the old churches.
Mhm.
And the old churches have maps, very old maps. So I suggest you to go on a hunt, brother.
Do you know one thing, bro? In Nepal, after it was
Take a camera with
1990.
you, a really good camera that has high quality, like snap, 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 snap. Bring it to us, man. That will be very
No, no, no.
appreciated.
I'm in United States right now, but I'm letting you
Oh,
know they
yeah.
destroyed the important temples. The temples they were like a main thing. They destroyed it. What they have are ruins.
Yep.
They have ruins. Now they have a statue. It's like, let's say you had a toilet, okay? You had a house. You destroyed all the house. They all left was a toilet. Now people are going there worshiping a toilet, okay? It's not even it's not even, and that's being true. That's being truthful, man. I went there, did my
Yeah.
research. I did all, and I when I realized, oh, this is not what we worship for. You know, there's a term,
Right.
right? There's a ritual, and I look at it and like, this is not the ritual they're talking about in scriptures.
Right.
And then you look
Right.
around your people and like, oh, they destroyed it. So this is what they want us to believe.
Yep. 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 That's book
Yeah.
modern. That's back in the days book burning. They break it.
Yeah.
Now they
Reset.
delete it.
And the thing is, shamanism was banned. The thing about Tantra, if you guys heard about Tantra and Buddhism, so there was this concept called you could bring back all the information and knowledge in the Akashic record as you becoming a medium. Okay, you as a person will be the medium, and you're gonna retrieve, like, let's go Google or Google Drive. You had a username and password. You put it there. You get your data retrieved from the internet, from the cloud. So similarly, they had this system, this tantra means a system, where shaman or shamaning people would go there, do the ritual, do their practices, and somehow, I don't know the whole like details, but they will bring back the knowledge and information which was kind of like dead. Okay, it was like a dark part, or nobody knows what's the technology is, but they would do that. But after United Nation was implemented, and after, it's very sad to say, but it was a kingdom. Nepal was a kingdom. They massacred the whole family, not even one. Nobody remains. Now there's a youngest brother who has no clue about anything. he lives, and now people are gonna go to him for being a king or last, DNA, but he doesn't know anything. I mean,
Can,
it
can
was
I
never
can
meant
I
to.
can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Anything weird? And I'm sorry. What's up,
Yeah.
Vlad? I hope you're doing good, my brother.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. I'm
Yeah.
letting you guys just cook,
Vlad,
man. It's
Yeah.
don't be
interesting.
shy to say hi.
Oh, it's all good, man. Thanks for having me. I'm letting y'all cook. I really don't want to step on anybody's toes. You guys are killing it,
No,
man.
brother, man. Hey, yeah, I've been out for a while, bro, but I'm trying to come back.
Oh, it's all
But
good.
SD, man, the south side of India, is there
Mhm.
anything weird with that? Like
I'm
from the
I,
past, like that relates to flat Earth?
I will be on the north side, brother. Nepal is on the north side. I'm not
Mm.
from the
Oh,
south.
far
I'll be
away.
in the Himalayas. I'll be in the hilly side. So I belong
India's
to the hilly.
huge.
Yep.
Yeah.
But here's the
Any
thing.
stories? Any stories? Because I want to hear
Wha-
from everybody, man.
Okay.
So there's if you look on this map specifically, there's a saint. I think it was Saint Simon that died and he was buried in India. Like if you look on the map, it tells you in full detail. Like you could scroll back and you could look
Talking about a
over
Monte
there. It's
Urbano map?
yeah, yeah, it tells you right there that he was buried. His body sits in India. Yeah, tells you in Italian.
Saint Simon.
Saint Simon.
South,
And
north.
hey,
I
Iron guy,
forgot.
I don't know. I don't know you, but there's one myth. There's one superstition.
Yeah.
In India, you don't just bury a body of someone for no reason. They burn it. The only
Right.
people, the only people they get the buried is when they achieve some enlightenment. So they don't burn the body. Let's say you have this higher self of consciousness. Okay, you achieve this way. They will not burn your body. That's for the regular people.
Right.
If you are in a high level of consciousness and
Consciousness.
you're like
Right.
a
Right.
guru and you are like a saint or something, they preserve it because the
Your
energy,
body is
the
holy. Yes,
oh
it's
yes,
right. So that kind of makes sense. It's kind of like what the Vatican does when before they beatify somebody, and then they call them like the incorruptibles, and then they
hmm
put them in a casket, and then they let the casket sit for a certain amount of time, then they come revisit it, and then if your body doesn't decompose, then
yep.
they attribute that to then you attaining some higher, kind of like what you just said,
It's
right?
like
As
much more
the
like amplifier. Okay, your
yes,
body after that becomes like an amplification tower. So
yes,
anyone related to that energy is gonna
yes.
be receiving it.
And so they do a few things in that instance too, is like they might open up the casket, and then if your body's doing weird things, like some saints or some bodies, they would say that they would give off like a smell, like an
Yeah, yeah,
aroma,
yeah.
and some of them
Yep,
smell like roses,
yep,
or their body would drip with a liquid, and then
yep.
some people would collect the liquid and then like give the liquid out, not even sell it, just give the liquid out to some people so that they can get healed from it, so that they can get blessings, like all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
do it still to this day, and that right there is called they're called the incorruptibles. But I didn't know that they did the same thing in India, and that's wild because I thought everybody got burned when
No, no,
in
not for
India when you
everyone.
died.
No, see the myth or why they were burning the people was like this. In India, they believe we are from five element. Fire, earth, water, and ether. The five element.
Right.
That's how our body is made up. So whenever you burn something up, the memory does not remain in the earth. It just
Yes.
evaporates. It's
Yes.
gone, right? It's burned up, and then that's how the reincarnation, not rebirth. Rebirth and reincarnation are two concepts. Rebirth means me as a person is gonna be another body, but reincarnation means a essence of me, a essence. Just like iPhone, you break it, you have another iPhone, you have the same number, you get everything back. That does not mean that's the previous iPhone now, is it? No.
Right.
The
Right.
same thing. Reincarnation means whenever you burn the body up and you dissolve it completely, altogether, washed up, finished, the memory is gonna go to the life cycle. So it's gonna be easier for the energy to converge. But whenever you bury it or whenever you're in a casket, what happens is the five elements, it takes time. In
Yes. Yes. Yes.
space, it takes time. So in
Wow.
time, the energy that we cannot feel, that the normal person does not even linger. But here's the thing, there's a drawback too. If a regular person is buried, that's where the ghost, spirits, and all the symmetries all over the world, you guys know it, all the Christian and the Catholic Church know it, that every symmetry of Catholic Church is haunted, whether you like it or not.
It makes okay. I could see it. I could see it. It makes some kind of sense because with your body, it appears as if some kind of energy remains. I know, or I've learned, that in the Islamic faith, that when you die, like certain things happen. Like it takes a certain amount of time that you're required to be around, or your spirit lingers around the body. So much so that after they put you inside of the casket and then they put you in the ground, that you hang out inside the casket. It's kind of like a waiting period for a week. It's really strange, and then I forget what happens. I think then after that you get judged or something crazy along those
It's the
lines.
same
It's
thing about judge. It's the reincarnation cycle. Either you pass on or either you continue the cycle of it.
Hey, let me say something. Let me say something. That's what I've been smiling for the whole time. Is because like a year ago, I've realized that I was indoctrinated into something, and I'm
Mm.
probably the most biggest conspiracy theorist on this island.
Mhm. Don't
and
worry, man.
and yeah, bro, it's easy stuff, and
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
you don't realize it until somebody tells you that, hey, don't you think that this is wrong? So with the times, people have have gotten alternative ways of doing burials, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
and
yeah.
cremation
Mm-hmm.
is a big one nowadays. It's safe space. It's
Yep.
you don't have to bury it into an expensive burying place and stuff like that. Obituary and all that. But you get burned alive. You get burned. You get burned. It's like hell. Like your body's gonna be burned. Your bones is gonna be burned. It's like you're being burned in hell. And I'm in my family chat,
Mhm.
and I'm saying that, hey, I wish to be cremated, and you guys can, with the future nieces, whatever, in the family can carry me on forever afterwards. And then my girlfriend's husband tells me that, oh, that's like you're going to hell. I'm
Yeah.
like, what? Well,
No, no.
you're being shoved into into the
It's
incinerator, and you're gonna be burned to hell.
yeah.
I'm like, oh
In
my
Judaism,
god.
it's terrible. Like to burn a body is very. It's we say that the soul is much suffering. It's forbidden among us to do this. But
Right.
the thing is that what's funny. You see, you have a notion of hell, like it's like hell. It's like fire burning. But in Judaism, it's the opposite.
Right.
Hell in Judaism is ice. It's
Oh.
cold. Death is cold.
Wow.
The fire is life. Fire is life.
Ooh.
It's totally the reversed. So that's
That's
funny,
interesting, man. That's
I
interesting.
believe that because I cannot stand the cold. I
Yeah.
absolutely cannot stand
Yep.
the cold. So I totally believe that.
Yep.
Look
I'm
at
the
the body when
opposite, my brother.
Yeah, right.
I'm the
it's
opposite.
the opposite. So
I mean,
that's funny.
I've lived my whole life in a 32-degree Celsius weather for 365
Maybe
days
that's
every
that's
single
the reason.
every single
Nah,
day of the
spend
year,
a
brother. So
spend a couple of winters up here, man.
Man, it'll
Yeah.
change. Yeah, you come up here, it will change your life and your outlook on cold and hot. I'm telling you.
no,
Bro.
bro, I have Airbnbs, and I talk to Canadians, and they tell me, when you grow old, I'm thinking about, I'm already in my 40s, thinking about the 60s and the 70s, and then they tell me that, oh, you cannot even step outside the house because the path in front of your door is frozen, and you can slip and break a hip. You know what I mean? So I was like, oh, that's a good one. And I literally I do want to go live in the cold and be. If it was for me, if I had the chance, I would be going to Antarctica.
Oh,
And I'm not
oh,
joking.
You know,
Ooh.
if you could go,
That's
I
a
don't
big
bro,
I don't
move, man.
bro. I don't
if you
care.
could if you could go
I
into a
will.
walk-in freezer, try it. You
Yeah, I
know,
know. Yeah, yeah,
check it out. Spend an hour or two in a walk-in freezer if you can, man. You'll
yeah.
get a
I,
little
I
hint of
mean,
what it's
y- you
like.
know, if I ever had the chance, I'm not gonna choose a small ship, with a two-person ship to go to Antarctica. No, if I ever had a chance of somebody very wealthy and having a big ship and probably, some good place to chill at night, and maybe going further on beyond, that's when it gets harder. I'll take the chance, man. I don't care. I'm not gonna go in a two-person ship. That's all I'm saying, man. But I'll take the chance, man. I'll give
Well,
my glory. I give my glory to Antarctica. Yeah. If I get offed or not, I don't care, man. You know what I mean?
so what did we
Sorry,
find?
Gene. Go ahead.
Did we find some? Oh, Gene, my bad. I didn't want to step on your toes, brother. Go
Sorry.
ahead, man.
no, it's all right. I was just thinking that the smaller ships might not have the capacity to make it there and back either, though.
So you never heard of what's that Irish? Was it the Irish guy? Not the Irish guy. It was the
Irish
Norwegian
guy.
guy. Norwegian guy. Oh man, you guys know about him. Come on.
Oh, he went to the south and then he got like in
Yes,
trouble or something like that.
it's a six-person's boat, yo.
Mm.
He made it. He's a Viking, bro.
How
Norwegians,
far did he make it, though?
Norwegians.
Yeah, they
They
got the
they
blood for
they
that.
they like sailing, bro. And
Yeah,
he did a lot.
yeah, it's different. It's different when you sail and you're in salt water around that type of cold. There is nothing. I'm telling you right now, there is nothing good about salt
Yeah.
water, wind, and cold weather. Like it will make your life. It will change you. I
Jarl
promise you.
Anderhoy. Jarl Anderhoy.
Definitely change.
Mm-hmm.
So, did you guys know about the book or there was a book on YouTube, an audiobook that in 70s or 80s, 100 that one ship got past Antarctica.
Yeah,
They had
Oh, they
the
call it the Iron Republic, right? That one.
Iron
yeah,
Republic. Yeah, yeah,
Iron
yeah, yeah.
Republic.
Yeah.
Iron Republic. Yep.
You know, I've been looking all over for that book. I can't find it. I don't know why.
Hmm.
It's
Yeah.
on
So
YouTube.
it's funny. It's funny because you guys keep mentioning, you guys mentioned how they, Sav mentioned, I don't know if you're familiar with Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Real cool guy. Usually, he's here, he's there. He usually has his own channel, right? Or he has his own channel. But he was talking about uh how they do get rid of the books, and that's something I've noticed. And also how not only are they getting rid of the books, but the books that they have an abundance of, they kind of isolate them from everybody else, and then what they'll do is they'll charge an exorbitant amount of money for these books, on purpose. So I've got a few of those books here. I didn't know that they would be such a big deal, but I just figured that they'd be interesting at the time, so I bought them. One of them is called Giants, and it was written by Stephen Quayle. Some of you guys might be familiar with them. And Dr. Stephen Quayle, he's out there. You might hear about him if you've listened to Coast to Coast AM and everything else like that, right? But this is probably like a 300-page book, and it's a huge book called Giants, and they talk about giants throughout history, right? And I got this book back in 2012. It's now like $150 on Amazon or something crazy like that. Another book is called The Lost Boys of Bird Island. And that book, I don't want you to miss monetization. I don't want you, Vika, but that book, it's about PDF files in South Africa. And you can't find it. You could hardly find it anywhere. I went ahead and I purchased that book for like around $130. And when I purchased it off of eBay because Amazon didn't have it. I checked Amazon the other day for that book. It's like $4,000 right now for that one book. $4,000. Anyway, saying all that to say
Wait
that.
a few months before you sell it.
Yeah, right. I don't think I'm going to sell it. If anything, I'm probably going to double down. I'm going to buy a couple more copies of that book because it's such an important book, and it talks about the real life experience of this guy named Mark Minnie. He was an investigator / cop in South Africa in the 80s when he was doing this investigation on a PDF files ring, right? And he went deep down the rabbit hole. He released this book, and basically like a few weeks after he released the book, they found that he had harmed himself with 2 gunshot wounds in the back of his head.
Yo, what's up? What's up? How are you, lad? How you doing? I was just out because I had to change my devices. We can go on for a bit. I will add you SD in a bit and RG, right? So I was out. That's why, because I cannot have more than 6 people. So yeah, no, it's all right. No, Vlad. I want you to show Geo and us where was it about in India that you were saying that about Jesus or something.
Yeah.
Can you point it out to Geo exactly, more or less?
Yeah, let me, man. Dang, I hadn't done this one in a while. Let me
Vika,
check.
I think your microphone is a little bit high.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. No,
Mine?
Vika. Oh, nobody else is hearing this? Is it just me?
Yeah. It's high. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? My ears were like.
Hold on, let me check. I know I did a few things, so I wrote it down.
I mean, the only
and I sectioned it out.
Yeah, the only area that I see two people on India, close to India, is this one right here.
If he picks, let me
Kind
see.
of like I don't know what the heck that is.
I'm looking for it now. Let me see if I could. Here it is, right here. Let me see if I can zoom in.
Hey, before you show it, let me say something about this real quick.
Yeah.
Put yourself in the shoes of these explorers for a second. And I've seen a movie, and I don't remember the name right now. It was a movie about an explorer going down south by West Argentina. Sorry, let me make it quick. And on the ship. He had an artist that drew out animals and stuff like that. And the animals that they drew out drew out on the books on his book, looking far away. It's not always going to be as accurate as
Right.
real life.
Wait, did you say west of Argentina? I'm sorry to interrupt.
East, not west, east. So it
Okay.
was on not on Chile, but the other side.
Okay, right. So it was along the water.
Yes.
Okay.
It was the first time supposedly that they discovered around that area, and I might have the movie, but go ahead. What you were
Hold
saying?
on. Yeah, so let's see. So if you look down at the Monte map where it says Romano Imperatore.
Shoot.
Hold on. I could probably share it with you guys if you don't mind.
Okay.
All right. Boom. Present. Share screen. Window. Monte map. Boom. Right there. Okay. So if you look right here, Romano Imperatore, right here. All these meridians, which this is what's so funky about this map. And I know that's probably not tonight's topic, but y'all brought up the map. So what's crazy is that this map is split into 36 meridians. 36, right? Every other map, usually traditionally that we look at, is split into 24. For whatever reason, Monty decided to draw the map that way. It is what it is. I'm not going to try and speculate. I just figured I'd mention it because maybe somebody in here would know as to why. I've been looking. Go ahead.
I have one idea that comes to me is that, again, since I'm a Jewish traditionalist and I believe in the Torah, it is known among us that the world is holding on behalf of 36 wise people or wise men. 36. Like, it can be anything. It can be people, it can be like, principles, it can be like, whatever, pillars. So the world is holding on 36 things.
Right.
So
okay.
That's just like, something to throw into the mixer. I don't know what it's worth, but 36 is something known in Judaism, but I don't know what it means here. I don't.
Well, that's interesting because in the map they speak loosely about these right here. So it's funny that you even said that because these things are basically those
Crazy.
meridians.
Oh,
what you're talking about.
36 people, yeah, I know.
Oh, geez. Nice.
I like that. Hey, I like that, bro.
I wasn't even trying to do that. That was me playing virtual, my little virtual thing at my house.
Virtual platters.
Yeah, right, exactly. So here we go again. I apologize for that, y'all. Here we go.
Hey, Flat.
Yes.
I really don't want to miss out on saying this.
Yeah.
When the pandemic started,
mm-hmm.
and we got locked down, everybody got locked down.
Yeah.
That's about when people already bought some VR glasses. I have one myself, and I have a really good friend on TikTok that spent all her nights. A very beautiful blonde girl, lady, Canadian. She spent all her nights using the VR, and 6 months down, she got a golf ball sized tumor in the brain.
Oh my goodness! Are you serious?
Perfectly, I'm not even joking, bro. She used to be a lot on TikTok, and maybe I know that you're not a TikTok guy probably, but we knew her really well.
Oh no, she gone?
She now is going through her second phase of chemo.
Oh my goodness!
Second phase of chemo, and I'm not sure if she.
Guys, the hot words we have to take care. I hope my mic levels are all right.
Yeah, it's good now. Vika. Sorry, go ahead. Just for you guys to know and to be careful.
Yes.
I really have to say this.
All right. You know what? I'm going to have to go because I wrote everything down. I would have to go through everything. And I split these up into quadrants. I'm looking right now like it's like my life depended on it. but it's in here. This map isn't as clear as the one that you would get online. Of course, I took pictures and everything, but those are in there. But once I come across it, I'm going to go ahead because I know you're probably short on time, Veek, and I appreciate you just having me on for this time. I know you're short on time. I will give it to you guys. And you know what? Hell, I might even go live a little bit tonight just to kind of show it off.
Vlad,
Yeah.
let me give you a tip, brother. Just type in Google David Rumsey Monte Urbano map, and you use their viewer on their website.
Yeah.
That's the best.
That's the one that I usually go to.
Yeah.
But this is all written in Italian, so I'm basically referencing this off of what I wrote down or what I typed in. But it's in here. Oh man, I should have just highlighted it. It's in here. I know it's going to take me a little bit to kind of
No
show you guys.
problem, brother. Yeah, when you find it, yeah, you can share it, and yeah, would be interesting because there are some even books and all this, and some research that's showing that was something like that in the northern part of India that Jesus was buried there. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's crazy. It's just a casualty.
Yeah, and I could tell you something that's really crazy is how if you go right here in the Red Sea, where we at? Right here.
So-
Here we go. The Red Sea, right? So just so you guys have a better point of reference, this right here is Africa. This right here is Saudi Arabia and all them. And then this right here is the Arabian Gulf coming in, the freaking Strait of Bab el-Mandeb or something like that. That's what they call it now. Gulf of Aden, Red Sea, right? You know how you have the peninsula, the Sinai Peninsula. Looks like a big shark's tooth right here. There are a few maps where you don't have the Gulf of no, not the Gulf, but it's the Strait of Aqaba. I think it is the Strait, or it's the Strait of Aqaba right over here, right? And then you have what kind of connects the Suez Canal and empties the Suez into the Red Sea. That's what you have now. But you have these two separate bodies of water, right, that make your Sinai Peninsula. At least this one, this Aqaba right here, at least I could see that being here and not necessarily what would empty out into the Suez, into the Red Sea and everything else. But there's nothing here. If you look at this map, that doesn't even exist. And then there are other maps in and around this time where this body of water right on this side, which you can't see now, but if you check another map with the Red Sea, you'll see these two individual bodies of water which would help create the Sinai Peninsula. Right here, you don't see anything. You see nothing, but you still have the Red Sea.
You know what's very, very important about that area that you're just touching like a couple of times? That's where most of the fiber optic cables run that connects China and all these places to Europe and America.
Oh.
A lot of fiber optic cables run through that
Really?
area, right? Oh yes, and this and also from the eastern side where they had the warehouse bomb blast like 4 years ago or something like that, and I don't remember where it was.
Oh, wait! Are you talking about the bomb
Yes.
blast that happened
Right,
around
right,
Syria?
exactly. A little bit south, a little bit southern with the
Okay,
with the
I
mount.
think. Okay. Oh wait,
Just move
so
a
there
little
were
bit
a
down.
couple. There was one in Syria. There was one in
Right
Beirut.
around there, yeah, right
in
around
Beirut,
there.
at the
Exactly.
pier, right? It was at a pier or something like that, right?
Yeah, so this
Yeah.
also has wires running to the west.
Oh.
Very important wires, and I think even
Oh
they
yeah,
have,
that is gonna be the blackout that they're gonna be doing when these wires are gonna be blown up.
because they have even electrical wires that are running there, not just fiber optic cables, but electrical wires, like very high voltage electrical wires
Right.
that runs in the ocean.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Around
it's
there.
yeah, it's all about Turkey, brother. Turkey, because they couldn't do the president change in Turkey from 2001 to 2020
Okay.
They were going from the south, Middle East to the north, and they couldn't do the regime change in Turkey so that they could get the oils and everything going to Europe
Right.
and the fiber optic cables and all that and secure that whole area. They couldn't do Turkey.
Oh wow.
They
I
couldn't
did
do
not
Turkey.
know that.
Oh yeah,
I
brother.
did not know
You
that.
didn't hear about the morning that the Erdogan
Erdogan,
uh
the Turkish
yeah
president, right?
woke up one morning and jailed 600 high officials.
I did not know he did that. No.
When there
Uh,
was a coup,
yes,
attempted coup.
exactly. There
It
was
was
an
more than
attempt.
600. It's like a few thousands.
Probably
They
it was.
raped them. They raped them, and they jailed them. And I know.
So
Oh dang.
it was a
Yeah.
1 day attempt. I think it
Yeah.
was in the afternoon, and in the morning after,
Yeah.
he took all the high power ranking officials of military, all the people that could be bought, the
Right.
higher ones. He jailed all of them. Boom, and it
Oh
stopped.
wow. Wow.
Stop dead in the
That's
tracks,
wild.
bro. Yeah,
That
check
is
it out,
wild.
bro. Check it out, bro. Don't believe what I'm saying. Just check it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I know
I'm
that it's
totally gonna
in most
scope
of
it
the
out.
articles you'll find it under 600 official was jailed by Erdogan. It's probably more like Sam said, but that's where you find how you will link up to the articles.
Uh-huh. Okay, God bless you. God bless you. Oh, and another thing. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but you see these little white spaces right here?
Yeah. I don't understand what is that. I saw that.
So, um, it's
What the
wild.
hell is that?
But
Hey, so
those like if you look, these little white spaces. Hold on, let me see if I could get it on here.
Things
Sam,
to be filled
Sam,
up.
Oh yeah, also show us the Giants one, the where they're showing the Giants near Chile.
Oh
Sam,
yeah.
this is the
Hold on.
guy that went to the university.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. And everybody else in the
I know,
chat.
Vlad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad, bro.
I'm
I know.
looking, man. Where'd I put that dang thing, man? I put it in here.
I'm falling behind with TikTok and YouTube and all that with all the crowd, man. I'm falling behind.
That's all right, man. That's all right. Let me
Sorry.
see. Let me see. I know I put it in here somewhere. Let's see.
What are you looking
Give me
for?
1 second. I'm looking for that. Oh, okay. There it is. I'm gonna show it to you guys right here. So I don't talk about it, so you can see it for yourselves. Exactly that. Oh, hold on. These computers, man. They're just
Bro,
wild. So there are a few things.
when you put your finger through that white thing, I was like, oh my god, that's
Yeah.
crazy, bro.
I'll let
Is
these
that the
guys.
ice wall? Because there's
No,
no ice
no.
in Antarctica.
The blank spots.
Yeah, so I'm gonna stop sharing that, and then I'm gonna present this right here. You guys can see it, but take a look. Let me know if you can't hear it.
I don't hear anything yet.
Hold on. Lord, where's the dang volume? There it is. Oh, it's on 100%. You can't hear nothing. Jeez, why not? Anyway, but this is me on the map. My hands are all over the map right now.
Yeah. Yep, that's what I was talking about a while ago, bro. It's so funny that you came, bro.
What is that?
They covered the back to make it look like it hasn't been removed, and then they got lazy to the other ones, right? Vlad?
Yep.
Yeah. And showed them the
Yeah.
stamp. The stamp.
Yeah. I'm about to show that. I wanted y'all to see some of that. There are a whole bunch of those white squares. And so they
Like
have
they took
this.
something?
They removed it. They basically cut it out. So what I show
The fuckers.
is, if you look right there, it says like Mare del Sur, which is South Sea. So it's
Yes.
basically around the wall that we're used to hearing about.
So Gene, let me
Southern Ocean.
Vlad, if you mind me just for a second, bro.
Yeah.
So the front page, the blue page with the red green thing on the with the rectangle, that
The
page
blue
was
page.
cut.
The blue page.
Yeah, you
The
can see
one
it's
that your
cut.
finger. that page where he's sticking his finger, that
Yes,
page
it was
right
cut
there,
out. They cut
that
it
was
out.
Yeah.
exacto knifed
And
out.
yes, and what they did was they threw a paper, like a sheet of paper that
Behind
matches
it.
those other papers behind it to make it blank. But then I have another video because I'm gonna get out of this one real quick. Let me go
Yeah, but
ahead
that's
and
that's a weird way to
Well,
conceal
yeah.
something, because now you
yeah,
know that something was there. They should have
exactly.
written something, in order to
Pause
fool
it.
us.
And
Pause
then
it. Pause it. Pause it.
that's
Pause
and
it.
then
Pause it.
hold on,
Go back.
let
Look.
me go back. So you see where I'm running my nail, and then that right there, you can
Look
see
at
it.
that.
That's
You
where
don't.
they cut it out. They threw this glue paper over here, and then you see little holes and stuff like that right there. But they threw that little glue paper right there just to show a white background. So
Yeah.
anytime we go to the digital copy of this map, all we see are these blank spaces, those white spaces. But then let me show you guys something else. Hold on. You can keep talking,
Yeah.
G.
Let me just say this, man.
Yeah.
They fused the papers together,
Yeah.
so it looks like it hasn't been cut out. And if you digitally scan this, you're not gonna find that out until you
No.
do what this man did right there. And probably it was a work that they tried to do a long time ago, and then they got lazy to the other four squares. Is it four?
Yeah.
How many
Oh,
Oh
places like
yeah,
that?
yeah, they're around
guys.
4 squares. Yeah.
Guys, I would love to be here for more time, but yeah, it's already late for me, so I would have to stop this here. For sure, brother. I would love to that the next time you come, you want to share more about what you find, and for sure, if you would have jumped earlier, we could have gone in more. Yep, more or less. So yeah, I just wanted to have our last thoughts about what we have shared. I don't know how much long some of the people watched what we shared and the ideas. So please do rewatch if you missed something. And yeah, we will have our last thoughts, guys.
Right.
And I want to say thanks to everybody who visited us tonight, everybody on the panel right now, everybody who was on the panel. We had Cindy Holland earlier tonight. Yeah, Vika, great show, bro. Thanks for bringing that video that you had today. That was another FTE killer, bro. That's for sure. Bringing solid evidence to the fakery of what's going on, and I really like where this conversation went tonight. The Urbano Monte map's probably one of my favorites. Got to be one of my favorites, and just that map, man, it could take us in so many directions, and obviously it did tonight, right? So that was a lot of fun, guys, and no, thanks to everybody in the chat and on the panel, guys. It's always great to be here with everybody. So we'll see you next week, guys. Thanks,
Oh
Vika,
yeah.
and thanks, guys.
Thank you, Vika. Thank you, G.
Yo, thank you, Vika. Sorry for holding you up.
So yeah, no problem. We will have last thoughts. Anyone wants to go next? And yeah, have a couple of minutes. Whatever you want to add with whatever we shared today.
Yeah, man. Hey, Vika and team, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for letting me on at such quick notice. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna drop a link for a show here. What time we got? It's 8:30. So I'm looking at going live here at 9:30. 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, my time. So roughly an hour. So you get to take care of your business and stuff. But Vika, I really appreciate you for letting me on, brother, man. Thank you, man. Thank you very much for that.
Oh yeah, brother. The pleasure is ours. And sure, we know we love the Monte Urbano map. Right, from a very long time, we are on it. There's so much of more information. We just have to look with the magnifying glass. All right. And yeah, do check out what we shared today about the possibility of what could be happening in Antarctica with the sun. All right. About these people saying that is going around in 360, and there are some data coming out that the other thing could be totally a fakery because they just wants to fit it on a globe. Right. So oh yeah, brother, absolutely. Thanks for coming. Glad.
Thank you everybody. Thank you Vika. I'm sorry for holding you up longer, bro. I gave my outro a while ago, so that's it.
No worries. Last thoughts about whatever we shared. Yeah.
Good to see you, Gio.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Good to see you guys, man.
That's cool.
Alrighty. Who's next?
Sam, jump in. I don't think Alo was around.
That's all. I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm
Aloha's
just.
here.
It's cool to be with you. You know, it's cool to be here to discuss with you. It's learning a lot. I'm learning a lot. I love to learn. Addicted to learn.
Thinking outside the box.
So that's it. I'll come later on if you making a live stream in another hour, Vlad.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll be there.
All right, amazing.
Hopefully.
Hell yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be there, brother. I'm gonna be in the chat because I got a room to prepare for somebody to check in tomorrow. I'll see if I can drop in. Wait a little bit later on, maybe in an hour and a half.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Go ahead, Gio. Or are you frozen? No, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I think I think Flat heard me.
Yeah, I heard you too.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I heard you too, bro.
Okay.
So maybe it was me. Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay. Over and out.
Take care, guys.
Take
Peace,
it easy.
G.
Alrighty. Thanks for coming by, Gio. And Sam. Keith.
Hey, Vika. Just listening a lot tonight. I have homework to do, man. I got videos to go watch. I got a book to go read.
Mic check. Keith, are you there? Last thoughts, brother, or RG artist?
No, we could hear. I could hear Keith. I think we could hear him. I don't know if you could hear him.
So maybe I'm having some issues with the. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying after tonight's show, I mean, it was a great show, great panel. I've got homework to do. I got some videos to go watch and books to go read for sure. And I just want to add one more to the pile for anybody listening, even if the guys in here haven't seen it, which you probably have, but the sun in the church. It's called TFE fakery because the sun's been alone for a long time. It's just
Can you? Keith is roboting.
Keith, hold on, bro. You're roboting.
And how so many? Yeah, Keith, you're roboting pretty bad.
I didn't hear almost anything from Keith.
Yeah. I'll just sign out. I'll say good night. It was a great show. Love you guys.
Man. Oh, he had something good on it. He was saying something good.
Yeah, go ahead, RG. Maybe till Keith gets back the signal. RG, go ahead.
RG.
Yeah, I'm here, brother. I'm here. Sorry, man. I guess these things get stopped up on us and we start roboting. But Keith, hey, hang around, and Vlad too. If Gene and Vic are okay with it, I do have a special kind of at the end of the talk, kind of cool thing. We were looking at the Monte map, and I seen you guys were stopping on the North Pole a little bit and explaining some details about the map. And I would love to show you a short clip of something above that area. Do you know the Mir space station, MIR, Russian space station?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So they were originally tasked with observing and keeping up with what was going on there at the very center, 90 degrees, geometric 90 degrees north.
Right.
And I thought it was really cool because I ran across this a while back. And Vika, if you want to play just a short clip of it, it starts at 40 seconds and it goes on to like 2 minutes. And you guys,
I cannot screen share websites, and right now I also changed my device because
Yeah, RG. If you want to, because I'll be on in an hour. If you want to do it on mine in an hour, if you don't mind that, you can very well do it there. Yeah, I'll be on it here at 9:30. So I'm gonna drop the thumbnail because we got to give Vika his time, man. It's getting late.
Oh yeah, really? If it wasn't, and also I had to change my device, right? So it's not that it's already like we are almost gonna be 4.5 hours, right? Normally we do 3-4 depending, but like yeah, I would love to go on, but guys,
Very
right?
good.
I
Thank you.
hope you guys understand.
Yeah,
Can you
thank you,
guys hear me
Gene.
now?
Yep, yeah, go ahead,
Yep.
Keith. I'm gonna mute up.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to recommend that short video, like an hour long, by Iwaranon of the sun in the church. And just for anybody to look into that subject of archaeoastronomy and how many structures are still aligning perfectly to the ecliptic, the path of the sun through the sky. All of that destroys the TFE fakery. But if you haven't seen that short video called The Sun in the Church by Iwaranon, it's worth every minute.
Yes. Yes. I wrote it down.
Good
Oh
night, guys.
yeah.
Love y'all.
Oh
All right,
yeah.
I'll
Thanks
come
for
back.
being there, Keith.
Thanks, Keith.
And yeah, thanks Vlad, thanks Gene, thanks RG and Cindy, right, who all join us today for an awesome chat. SD. All right. So yeah, well, for now, that's what we have got, right, regarding the 24-hour sun fakery too. What might be happening, as I said, take what you resonate, leave what you don't resonate. Right? I think there's a big problem with the 360 sun rotating there. Right? And as people are saying, we are on it already, right? So it's the fakery is going to continue. Believe me or not, if you guys want what I shared, that was nothing. There's a lot more, and it's gonna keep destroying this TFE fakery on and on. So thank you everybody for being here. Stay tuned because next week it's gonna be going more deeper, right? They want us to believe, they want us to stay in line or in a circle of the Gleason map with the ice ring, the Flat Earth Society shit, right? Be there. If you're comfortable, be there. Don't wanna know and explore what's beyond because these fake explorers didn't do a shit. They created more confusion than before about what Antarctica is. But everything is for a reason, right? So more things are gonna come out. Maybe this is the reason these things are coming out, and more that is gonna come out with relation to this. What could be beyond, and are these controllers controlling us? Do we need a special passport to be an explorer? Maybe, right? So stay tuned, guys, and thanks for being here, everyone. Uh, Everybody in the chat, thanks for spending the time with us. And yeah, we'll be seeing you soon next week, guys. So thank you, everyone. This is Vikat Rajiv signing out. Bye, everyone. Love you all.
See you.
Peace. Love
Much
you
love.
back.
Good night. Good night, guys.
Peace.